Hello and welcome to the first session of a brand new saga by my good friend here, George, straight out of Germany, within the Ring of Fire. Prepare to have your mind amazed and scintillated like no point previously in your RPG existence. You could drink in a large number of catalysts. This is quite a large game. You can see with a whopping 5 players on Google Plus. We're going to see how that works out deep in the immersive mindset. Now, if you haven't experienced with Ring of Fire, if you don't know what it is, you can check out tons of reviews on YouTube. You can check out tons of live plays, tons of videos, monster ecologies explaining a world like none other in Kavega Thale, and a game system like none other. Powered by the Air Engine, you're going to find a seamless, fitting, intuitive system that will not insult your intelligence, that will produce a pulse-pounding, fast style that concentrates on role-play, creating role-play opportunities, creating collaborative narrative descriptions. These are very important things to bring into an RPG. This is certainly the way I like to play, and I think if you give it a chance, it'll be the way that you like to play as well. You can go to drivethrurpg.com and pick up the, in a couple of days, it'll be the first 5 books for Within the Ring of Fire. Right now, only the first 4 up there. You can get Saga Book, Fey Wine, 77 Thrones, the Theological Codex. As you can see, George, well, one of the Georges, our lovely model there holding up 77 Thrones. You can see, well, you can see one of our other lovely models there, Lou, holding up Monsters and Men. That book could be yours. You can see Matthew, our other lovely model here. He's holding up Saga Book, the first book for Within the Ring of Fire. And the Book of True Names will be coming out in softback and hardback very soon. You can hit me up directly at Anderwood on Facebook or Main Man on Facebook. And just send me a PM if you want to get your copies on PDF for only $15 of the Book of True Names right now. You can also get PDF copies of every book that will ever come out for Within the Ring of Fire for only $75. Support the RPG revolution and raise your club high and scream to northern winds, the call of the barbarians, tell stories like those told around the first campfires, and expand the imagination to the role-playing horizons within the Ring of Fire. I'm going to turn it over to George, our wonderful flame tender for the evening, and let's see what he has prepared for us and for you. And thank you for watching.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good night, wherever we may find you. This story starts, like most of these stories starts, at night. In fact, we are in the comfort of a home, a nice home, in the new settlement, the newly found city-state of Argrunach. Laris, a Ferrum, in fact, sits at home at his desk, looking over his paperwork from the day, counting his coins as usual, in the comfort of his own walls. As he goes through his wealth, counting every gold piece, there's a rumble downstairs. Someone's entering. And then he hears a knock.
I stand up quickly and make my way downstairs, almost as a side note, looking to my hanger, my short iron sword that hangs on a hook, and I quickly grab it and strap it to my large girth, and quickly make my way downstairs. Would you like a description?
Yeah, please.
Sure. I am a pharaoh, standing at not a tall height, but perhaps tall for a pharaoh, 4'2". I weigh in at a hefty 385 pounds, and I definitely show it. mostly in muscle, especially in my arms, mostly my upper body. I have reddish brown skin. I have a thin scar that reflects in the candlelight. A thin scar that runs just beneath my chin to my mid neck. And at the moment, it being late at night, I'm simply wearing just an under tunic. But on my neck, at all times, I wear a fine, opulent golden necklace that I crafted myself. Very proud of it, but of course I noticed no such things at this time. Quickly making my way down the stairs towards this rude intrusion in the middle of the night.
As you make your way downstairs, you can already hear voices down below. It's a whisper at first, but the closer you come, the louder they get and the clearer they become. And you can quickly make out what they say. Look at that, that's actually pretty good stuff. And you hear some tinkering, the sound of metal touching glass. And as you take the last steps, you can see Mundrake and Yuluth standing in front of a desk, holding one of these beautiful glass-blown vases, holding it against the light. You think we could ever afford something like this? I don't think so. Oh! And as they see you, they immediately put it back. Sorry, boss. Didn't mean to wake you up.
I definitely, I give them my typical stony expression, not really showing any particular emotion, although inside I feel definitely annoyance at this disturbance so late at night from my cronies. My dark brown eyes sort of gazes over the two of them. What is it you two need? Why are you here so early?
In fact, Mundrake says, we don't need anything. We got something for you. And he grabs out a rather large sack he carries on his back, puts it on the table. Well, we were working, and I think we found something that might interest you.
An eyebrow very slightly raises interest, and I make my way down to see what they have, what the night's bounty has brought us.
He reaches into the sack, and what he brings out of it really catches your eye. It's a skull, but it's not just like pure bone removed of flesh and skin. In its eye sockets you see beautiful, perfect pearls. There are gold lacings all over it, forming a rather complex form of art, almost like runes. And the teeth, they have been removed and replaced with pure iron. And he puts it on the table and looks rather proud of himself. What you think? Huh?
Not much changes in my expression, but these two, I'm sure, are used to that. But there is a very slight smirk in the side of my mouth as I look at this very valuable object. Now, where'd you two come across such a valuable object in this shithole of a town?
Well, well, we were visiting an old friend. Yeah, an old friend, the other says. The Free didn't really need it. He doesn't need it anymore.
The smile the smile that was just a cork on in the side of my mouth becomes a full grin, and I say, "Very nice. I'm glad you took it from Freyne. You two have done well for me. You will see your, as I have promised, you will see your reward for this. Just of course, but such a fine object. Yes. Thank you.
Wait.
And I sort of reach over to it and just kind of like, start like studying it, watching it reflect in the light, enjoying the glint. This was definitely worth the disturbance. Fine object.
As you hold it, you see them both kind of stepping on their own toes, and you see Roloff scratching the poor remains of what used to be a mighty beard. Sebos, what do you think that is?
I definitely have a good amount of knowledge about jewelry. However, this object, just glancing at it, it seems to be more than that. This is not a typical sort of object. Perhaps, in my mind, I'm thinking maybe something theological. But I said aloud, not quite sure. Let me think. Could I make a theology roll on this, or a jeweler roll on this?
You can definitely do a jeweler roll on it with appraise if you have it.
Right, I do have a forte. Being a firm, I do have a forte appraise for jeweler. So I will make that roll. Now tell me what I got. Ooh, okay, rolled an 8. So we'll re-roll that. 10, 15, 20, 21 is the total on that.
Nice. So what you can immediately make out that the gold is not the purest that you've ever seen. It definitely looks like it's not really made for example, jewelry that you would use for pure gold, like pure golden rings. Very much plated onto it. The pearls, however, are very big, and they are perfect. They're perfectly shaped. They have no imperfections in them. They are more valuable than the entire gold on the skull itself. This would bring in a good price, even on its own. And as you hold it, you hold the skull, you realize this is not a Freyne skull, nor is it a Ferrum, nor is it a human. It's not big enough for an ogre. From what you can tell, might be an orc.
I've seen one whose head looks like this. This looks like an orc's skull. Perhaps. Don't quote me on that. I'm not very familiar with this sort of thing, but well, I think it's best that this thing is taken apart and the skull thrown out. It'll be too suspicious otherwise. But very, very nice, you two.
Yeah, well, Yolotha kind of built it up. Well, actually, was my idea. I said, no, it wasn't. Of course it was.
You two are well on your way to joining my order, joining the church. But you did well. You did well. I see that you're well compensated.
They have a big grin on their face as you say that, like children that have just been allowed to eat a cookie. after bedtime.
Yeah, it certainly is high praise coming from me. But I am very, very happy. These pearls are. I might even have to. There's a part of me that is very tempted to just collect them and put them in my own personal collection, but pearls aren't so much my thing. I collect the gold, but this gold, perhaps I can do more with it. Perhaps I can melt it down and make it of a higher quality. We shall see. Yes. Well, you've done well. Take the rest of the evening off, and I think it's my turn to go out and sweep the streets, as one might say.
They nod. I guess we deserved an evening at the Hanged Man. Looks like it.
Yes. I think at the sort of meager coin that I have, and I say, I can't get you your pay right now, but I'll make sure to get your pay once I get this sold. So I definitely go back and I go to, I sort of dismiss them out, having really nothing more to say to them. And I go into my workshop and grab some tools and start, a fine sort of metal tool. I'll start prying out, prying out the pieces of iron, prying out the pearls from the eyes. Definitely like that.
Yeah, you get your tools and you get this object on your workbench, and as you put the hammer on it and try to get out the pearls, something vibrates. You hit it, but they won't separate, and you can feel this subtle vibration going all through the tool into your body.
Disturbing. I say it out loud. Disturbing. I don't recognize it in any theological way. It doesn't remind me of anything. I have a very limited theological knowledge regardless. But this seems... I'm not a fool. This seems an object of some power, certainly. I'll leave it for now. See if I can find out more information. But I find I go into the basement. And a nice little crevice, a nice little hidey hole, one of many hidey holes in the basement, and stash it away to be observed later. And I dress myself in nice and very fine clothing, recently bought from the textile mill, a green tunic with a silver lining along the collar and down the front. Nice black boots with brown trousers, and I make my way out onto the streets, particularly making my way towards the hated Freyine and the humans. They commingle together, the filth all live together, and see what sort of more bounties I can find this night.
All right.
There's definitely a grin on my face.
You make your way out, and the streets are, not surprisingly, empty. People have no business at night, at least not honest folk. And as you make your way to where most Freyine live and humans, they intermingle like dogs, they just breed. And it's quiet as usual. What do you look for in particular?
I look for a house. Particularly, I look for a dwelling that human frame. I see about as badly in the dark. Both work out for me. And I definitely, the other thing I brought with me is a hammer and a nice crowbar. But I make my way to pretty much the nicer houses is what I'm going for. One that I haven't hit before. I go for it. I look for a back door, find the lock, break the lock. That's the idea.
Very well. Doesn't take too long to find a nice house that you haven't plundered before. Made out of wood. It has 2 stories though.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know who lives here, but humans, friends, they all look the same anyway. You get to the back door. It's a pathetic log. Definitely not made by a Farum.
Yep, I stick my the crowbar through part of the door lock, and with a nice good solid hit with my hammer, with my iron hammer, I break that pathetic lock, and not really caring honestly how much noise in particular I'm making. Almost wishing that a member of this household come out, confront me violently, and they shall get a taste of what I am made of strong iron.
You break that log like nobody's business. It just shatters under your swing, falls to the ground, and the door opens as you push it, and you step into utter darkness. It's middle class, I would say home. You see a nice table. You see 5 chairs. Nice carpet. Someone put some money into that. No pictures on the walls. Obviously too poor for that.
Yes, I will. I go about looking for, particularly starting, of course, as a jeweler myself, knowing the price of such objects, looking for money, precious items, precious metals. Going through the silverware, hoping it is real silver. Going through, any art. Going for the smaller objects, of course, first, the most easily carried. But if not, I can perhaps even take the carpet, whatever suits my fancy, of course.
Yeah.
And again, I don't even bother sneaking really around. I simply this is now a dwelling of the strong. Now that I've entered it, this is a dwelling of the strong, and the weak shall cower before me if they confront me.
As you go through the possessions of this household like a vulture, you find some silverware, a nice goblet. Has a little emblem on it, probably a family heirloom. Find no coins, nothing really worth your time. The carpet definitely looks like something you could take with you. Some small bits here and there. You find a ring, an earring with that, made of silver as well. And as you pack things together, you hear steps coming down, lightly footed. And as you, if you want to interrupt here.
Sure, yes. I gather up the objects with only a slight bit of. I'm not a fool, as I say. Even a weak hand can bring down a strong one by surprise. So I turn and greet this intruder to now my dwelling, and see what he brings.
And as you turn around, you see a small human stand before you, rubbing its eyes, blanket still in its hand. Mom, what are you doing? And it's unmistakably, it's a child, young boy.
I definitely glare at this filthy human with contempt in my eyes. This member of this cowardly race that has stolen so much from a strong race of the Farum that we Farum are. And I look at this child almost a little bit with confusion, how such a small thing could bring down such a large kingdom that was ours. Go back to sleep, you Acherai filth.
What? You're not mommy. Father? It shouts. Father, there's a Farum in our house. And it stumbles back, falling over the end of its blanket.
Yes, summon your father. Let's see if he has anything of value.
And to no surprise, you hear loud footsteps. Jonathan? And someone's trembling down the stairs. And suddenly there's a man with a quite impressive beard. You think you've seen him before, working somewhere in the woods as a woodsman. He has only a trousers on and look at you. What are you doing in my house? Get out!
No, I will not be leaving, especially not until I have all the rest of your valuables. What do you got upstairs? Go grab it for me.
He positions himself in front. He positions himself in front of his child, putting it behind his back. There's nothing here. We're poor people. We have nothing worth stealing.
I sort of hold up like a silver spoon, basically showing him. Well, that's obviously not true. But I coldly, I pocket the silver spoon and I glare at him. And slowly I bring my hand down to the hammer on my hip, and I say to him, "You have more objects of value in this house. Get them for me, or I will break your fingers one by one while your child watches, human."
Do you want to make an intimidation?
Oh, absolutely. All right. So this is going to be let's see, plus, that's a 17.
All right. As you lower your hand to your hammer, you threaten to break his bones in front of his young son. He steps back, and you see fear in his eyes. He's shaking a bit. No, please don't. Please, just don't hurt us. Take what you want. Just leave.
You will get them for me quickly. It'd be a shame if anything happened to your kid here.
Jonathan, go upstairs. Go to your room. Lock the door. And the boy looks up to him. But father, just do what I tell you to do. The kid, with tears in his eyes, he runs upstairs, and you hear the door shutting. Okay, just be reasonable. I'll get anything that I have, but it's upstairs.
Yes, you will.
And
Oh.
he goes upstairs. And do you follow him or do you wait, Dan?
I wait. He'll get what he'll get me what I want, or fingers will be broken. So one way or the other, I get what I want.
About a few minutes later, he comes down. He has a small box with him that he places on the ground before you. He steps back. Please, that's all we have.
I look at him suspiciously, but yeah, I grab for the box and look inside.
You find some third-class jewelry. Most of it is made out of copper, a bit of silver, there's a gem here and there. Nothing groundbreaking, but something.
Okay, I grab it.
Now,
and I give him, I give him the very, very slightest crook of a smile at the edge of my lips and say, "Thank you, human, for your time." And I grab all the items of value and I leave the abode. When I am out on the streets as I leave the house, these items of wealth, they slowly are building up my confidence that I truly do. I'm beginning to own this place, that these people will do nothing. The authorities here will do nothing to stop me. This town is mine. But I look up at the two sort of silvery moons of the eyes of Ahriman, and I place my hand underneath my tunic, over the tattoo that lies beneath my tunic, and whisper to out beyond Kvegathale to wherever the gods preside, whispering, "Praise be to Cassador the Mighty." And I leave with my booty in tow.
You make your way home undisturbed with that mighty booty and a warm feeling in your stomach that you humiliated a human.
And it feels, again, I get that feeling, that rush of power, that feeling that these streets, they belong to me. Soon they will all, once we are strong enough, all these streets will belong to us, the gang that is slowly forming. Very, very slowly, no thanks to that demented, old, blind Ferrum. But it is no matter. Time is on my side.
And sorry.
No, that's all.
And as you go home and you stow away your goods, you're ready to go to bed. But you hear something like a pling down in the basement. Like something dropped on the floor.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely checking that out. I won't be able to sleep after hearing that sound. So once again, I'm very, very annoyed at this point because I was all ready for bed. Everything was taken off. I had in my hands, I have that. I'm playing with that golden necklace. As it is, like, holding it in my hands is one of the only ways these days can get some rest. But I scramble out of bed, once again reattaching my iron hanger to my around my girth and make my way to the basement.
You enter your basement, and everything seems in order. You look around, nothing out of place. But then it immediately catches your eye. That skull that you stashed away in one of your hiding places is now up in the open, in the middle of the room. It just sits there on the ground. Its eyes directly towards the stairs, like it waited there for you.
That sense of power, that feeling of comfort I had, drains out of me quickly. Now realizing, almost like a man who knows he is dying, like he's been announced that he is dying. I get this feeling of dread falls over me, that I feel I am very much out of my league. This is so beyond me. This horrendous skull that refuses to let me collect riches, and now it's there mocking me. I turn around quickly and lock the basement door behind me, sort of like almost kind of scared at this point. What is this thing going to do? What could it do? I need help. This is so. I need to consult someone, but who? Who could I consult about this? There's that. Is this witchcraft? Is this some form of something from the gods? I do not know. There's many people I have to consult. No one can be allowed in this basement until then. This is dangerous. But there's simply not much I can do at this point. But I can't sleep here. I can't sleep with that skull in this house. Who knows what it could do next? It could take everything away from me. So very annoyedly, unfortunately, the first thing that is coming to my mind is that this is some form of witchcraft of some sort of foul magic. I'm thinking it must be that. I quickly get dressed and go to the only one I think could possibly know anything about witchcraft and about the foul uses of magic. Someone I don't exactly trust yet, but what other choice do I have? I strap on all my accoutrements and make my way, unfortunately, out into the darkness again. To where that orc and his farm are far off in the distance. It is going to be a long night, indeed.
Very well. This will take you a while. The farm and the vineyards of the orc lie quite a bit to the north, at the edge of this mysterious and forsaken forest where the Hare people dwell, where you do not go, where civilization ends. And it will take you most of the night to get there. In the meantime, the dawn breaks. The sun rises, and it's market day in Argranach. People who have something to sell or something to buy flood into the main square, shadowed by the great hall of the ogre. And word quickly travels, as it is usual. People sell their fish, they sell their fruits, what little items they make, mostly agriculture these days. And all of you who dwell within the walls of the city quickly get the word that the great ogre decided to sail forth to plunder and raid along the coast and come back with even more riches, as it is his way. We cut to a nice farm at the edges of the forest, as said, where the sun has just reclaimed the skies, and an orc awakens from deep, deep slumber. Mohato, that wise farmer, if you want to call him that, leaves his hut to check on his grapes. It's almost the season for harvest, and he sees someone in the distance coming along, entering his sacred lands.
Alright, so let me get an image for you real quick of my boy. So it's coming out of a hut made out of wood. It's really, imagine a mound that had been partially dug up and sort of built out from the ground. On the backdrop, you could see those trees of that forbidden place. And out sort of walks a little hunched down, walking on all fours for a moment as he gets on out of his little home, his strange home. And he sort of raises up, nearly 7 feet tall, a large, with broad shoulders, greenish-brown skin, these brown, beady eyes, these long tusks that droop down from his jaw. He's wearing just basic sort of clothing on his back, around his waist, simple hemp rope keeping up his simple pants that end well before the knees. This is a custom that he has developed over his long journeys. This is something to blend in. I look over there and I see a squat fellow. It takes me a few moments and then I nod. See my head look quite small in comparison, as my neck is very thick, these long droopy arms. I squat back down in sort of a squatting position, and as you approach, you see me, you just see an array of wooden tools, wood and stone, very simple, very efficient, and it's almost like he's counting them. And they're all nice in a neat order, from large hammers to different sized axes, stone-headed axes. He picks up an axe as you approach. He sort of looks at you, saying to Julian, you come to this land. Why now? I am busy. I no sell now. You wait at the market, at the thoroughfare. I bring the goods then.
Yeah, I look up and up and up at this large form of this orc with what I perceive as a large whip in his hand. And I'm definitely taken aback by his form. I've seen this one before, but he is I do not know this orc's name. I do not know much about him, other than his race and his profession. But there is a I nod in perhaps not. It's not exactly a friendly gesture, but it's one of respect, certainly. And I nod, say, "A great orc, you speak my language. I appreciate the gesture. I am sorry to have disturbed you at this time of day, but it is a matter of some urgency that I come to you with.
I will have wine for you soon. You must give it time. You must be patient.
I look perhaps slightly, like my head tilts slightly, and say, no, I do not come about the wine. I have come about an object I have discovered. I think your kind study the witchcraft. Is that the term? It is an object that it moves on its own. It is an object I procured, but it moves on its own about the place without my guidance. It is quite frightening. Do you know anything of this? And I sort of go about describing it, the pearls in this strange sort of skull, the skull that's not quite an orc, but not quite a human, nothing I've seen before, with these perfect pearl eyes and iron teeth. I am sorry, I would not have come to you, but I did not know who else to go to. Your people are known for their wisdom and your long lives. Perhaps you have seen something of this. Perhaps your knowledge of your witchcraft would help. I can't go back to the house. Not like this. It moves about. It stares at me.
And in comparison to your sort of almost frightened sort of tone in your description, it's just very calmly, just looking at the axe. It's a little dull as you're speaking, and he now and then nods. He puts the axe back down in the precise order that it was before, and then just sort of almost like waving his hand at you. The wind moves by itself. It does not go where you please it to go. Are you afraid of the wind? No. It is your breath. It is your life. Do not be afraid of this you speak of. No. And then I just be quiet, and I just start going, just looking at my tools, just holding them up.
Yeah, I stare at you in silence, like wondering if your grasp of Tehulian is really that good. Not really understanding really anything of what you just said. Something about wind and moving on its own, me being afraid of the wind. Orc, I'm afraid perhaps you don't understand me. It's not wind, it's a skull. It moves about on its own. Do you have many objects that move about on their own here? I don't understand. Why should I not be afraid of it?
You give the fire some wind, and the fire too dances. Do not let this trouble you, Ferrum. I do not like calling you this, and then that's when I sort of square my shoulders at you. I look at you. I do not like calling you this. What is your given name?
Oh yes. Yeah, I definitely straighten up. I am Lorez Toluthu Nagalu of the Nagalu clan. It would be polite for me to ask your name, wise orc. You are
Mahato Bimachia, and he kind of puts his hand up like that when he says that part. I could see the worry in your eyes, Lerez Telutha Nagalu, but There is no need for worry. There is no need. You must be patient. Must not let it. These thoughts dominate you. No. If you need, you speak to Great Ogre. If he is around, I do not know. I have not been into market yet. I am just preparing tools for work, and then I prepare some barrels. We may speak upon this more if you wish. Now is not the proper time. No. Now is not the proper time.
I open my mouth like I am going to say something more, but then I think upon, the orcs and at least the vague things I know about them, their long lives, the way they move about. I look at his stone tools, still using stone. It's interesting, these people. Not using a stronger substance like iron, but it is their way. Their strange ways. I close my mouth and I, bow my head respectfully. Thank you, Mahato, for your words. We will have to speak more later. I agree. You have. I may come back and peruse your wines, but thank you for taking your time. But of course, in my mind, I'm thinking, perhaps he has, perhaps his wine are more valuable than his tools here. Hopefully, but I bow my head respectfully and
You do
a
not.
bit frustrated, but.
You do not come when night is upon all the land. You will not be welcome here if you do come. I will speak to you of this. When the dead body has risen high in the sky. Not now. It is market. Day of trade, you understand.
Yes. I smile. Yes. I do. Come by the shop sometime. I might have some items that could interest you.
Pause a bit. I'm looking at you. Yeah, just nods. I hope my words have calmed you in your thoughts on the matter that you have brought up to me.
In my mind, no, they absolutely have not. But the words coming out of my mouth say, yes, they have answered questions I had. In my mind, thinking, yes, about his sanity and his intelligence, which perhaps not that good. Perhaps not as good as I can, but perhaps another customer. Another customer is always welcome at the shop.
You go now. In time, I will see you. Now is the time for work.
Farewell, Mahato. And I make my way back down this road. Perhaps I'll meet someone along the way. I can to make this trip worthwhile. But this orc, too big, too powerful. You go for the weak ones, not the strong ones.
Just quietly pick up my tools. Go over to the wooden sled. Start plowing the field.
And the soil will thank you for your patient work. In time. So you will go to the market when you're ready?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm planning on doing here.
We are leaving the scene of the Ferryman, the wise orc, giving wise counsel, and we see the dogs of Argnach. Really, calling them dogs might give them too much praise. It's a few wooden planks with two ships lying on anchor there, but we see men prepare, loading them, boarding them. Ogres, most of them. Huge, bulky, strong beings with incredible strength, maybe not of will, but of muscle. And among them we find the great ogre. He calls himself Argrun, the plight of the sea, the great raider, the one who took the settlement by his own. And he calls for someone. Not a son, but someone close to him. Someone he relies on for counsel. And someone he can trust in. Anna, would you give me the name of your catalyst again, please?
Correct.
Careo. You are being called for. An ogre, you know him. He's part of the crew, comes to you and informs you that he wants to see you before he leaves.
What time of day is it at this juncture?
It's the sun is just, the dead body just has risen from its grave. It's early.
I look up at the basically what I live in there is a sort of skeletal masonry of the erected, of the beginning to be built temple of Opiate. I walk. I pull on my cloak and I walk out. I'll describe myself now, I suppose, to the viewing audience. I am an ogre, but of very strange continence. My skin is blue, my body hairless, my ears extremely long instead of incredibly small, and they are pointed. My eyes are extremely strange looking. They look like a very they look as if they're black orbs painted with a slight layer of deep purple and then studded with tiny, small crystal blue stars all over them. I am naked from the down to the waist, my entire torso exposed, but I throw a cloak carefully made with owl feathers on it. I am also wearing a pair of sharkskin pants that are distressed, I suppose you'd call them today. You know, holes in the knees, and then there's some large sort of holes in the thigh region, definitely showing off more of the muscle tone and the skin. I have a thick alligator belt holding them up, and from that extends a large purse. On the front of the alligator belt is a large silver belt buckle that is, of course, to those that understand theology, the symbol of Opiate itself. On my feet I have green and brown alligator skin boots that on the end of them have some slight bone protrusions as well as along the sides as well. My cloak has a hood, but the hood is down, and the cloak itself is, of course, very large and mantle cloak style. I leave it open, allowing my blue flesh to be seen. My form is massive and mighty, with just layers of muscle, but it's not the most toned of muscular individuals. He has a little bit of a guillet on him, just a little bit of that strong sort of farm boy kind of build instead of that bodybuilder type. He's clearly well in excess of 500 pounds, well in excess, perhaps closer to that 600-pound mark. With this enormous structure, wide shoulders, back, enormous pythons and forearms, and he towers at a staggering 9 foot 7.5 inches in height. Looking down at this messenger, I allow him to stand and bask in my aura and my shadow in the early morning light, smell of the ocean coming in, and I look down at him, contemplating the vision of last night, the graceful whispers of opiate, as I begin to stride with him. Yes, I shall come as he calls, and I stride behind him.
This messenger, the ogre, you know his name. It's Svold. He's one of the lieutenants of Argrun. He doesn't like you very much. He makes that clear whenever he can. He thinks you're unnatural. But he leads you quietly and silent to the docks. And you see the people streaming out of their homes, carrying their wares, what little money they have, to the market to buy for the upcoming days. And you see many wagons coming in from the south and from the east, people bringing fruits and crops, iron, ores, whatever they can sell. Yeah. And you can see the ships, well, the one ship is being loaded. The mighty ogres boarded, making themselves ready. And there stands Argrun, this giant of an ogre. Still, not as tall as you are, but with broader shoulders even than you. And even though you've seen him many times, you're still almost disgusted by his face. It is half eaten away. You can see it on his left side. You can see the teeth showing through the very thin skin, and even muscles can be seen moving underneath it, like something rots it away. This Ember has the imperfection of ugly with 2 points.
I have the advantage of attractive with 1 point. Wants to point that out. I forgot to mention that.
And as he sees you, Svold, the other ogre, quickly moves away, gets some crates on the ship, and Argrun waves you closer. Ah, there you are! And he looks up to you.
I look down at him.
What did you see? Any word from the Great Dreamer?
I have heard sweet whispers there in the comatose space that is not space. It is additional in its magnitude, magnification, dimension. And I have heard even there echo back your name, O powerful one. You are known to the owls, to the fairies that flick in and out of imagination like the sea spray of a cutting vessel at dawn.
Do they sing of my glory?
They do not sing, but they whisper and they chant, and your name is known to many tongues, tongues of creatures whose ears you do not know, but they know you, for they have watched your stalks as you slumber. And you are held in well stead, even on this very night, upon whom zenith I did sit and meditate, there in the church that is being erected with your gracious contributions.
Well,
Are a weaver for Tehul, and Tehul appreciates the loom that you create with your silver, with your gold, with your textiles, with your slaves. Gratitude is to you.
well,
I take my hand and do a praise. And I take his hands, and I'll put his hands on top of mine, like I'll hold his hands like this, and I'll hold his hands very firmly. Yes, feel this strength in me, and that is bone, but there is a strength stronger, but it breaks like thin glass in a dry desert. The dreams whisper gratitude for the concrete aspect of ephemeral, that you have made here in a house soon to come. You clearly are favored. And I look down at him.
As you give him praise, you can see a smirk on this most ugly of all faces. He clearly likes what he's hearing. Well, good. Pray then for me. We will leave shortly for new shores. Plunders to be made, slaves to be captured. But I have a task for you.
Of course, my liege.
You, no one else I can trust. You need to watch out for the Great Hall. I dare not think something happened, bless you, to it. It needs to be tended to, the fire needs to be kept warm. Slaves need to be reminded of their place.
I shall dwell there then in the night, and in the church at the day.
Good. You think you can do that? Without
To dwell
dazing
there,
off?
yes. I can do this. It is very easy.
You say that now. I thought it was easy. It's not. I will come and hassle you with questions and favors. You will see.
I shall reflect as best as your heart would, and attempt to know your wishes through my divinations.
And as you say that, one of the crew members walks by and he shakes his head. Mystics.
And I start like walking towards him with my hand out, you know, like a fucking some kind of doomsday seer, like getting all like aggressive, like intimidating, like whoa, you know, coming at him, like I'm about to put hellfire and brimstone on him.
He stumbles back and looks up
Do
to
not dismiss that which is beyond the material, for that is the ravings of an imbecile. Do you not clearly understand where you have been made from, yawning breath of cavern?
you. He looks up to you like a dumb cow.
Do you blaspheme?
Leave him be, boy, the great ogre says.
As you command. And I turn and point back at him. You owe much to your liege. And I look at the guy like he was about to be handled for your blasphemy.
Yeah. Quite actually, he is intimidated by your statue and by your freakish look. He walks back, looks over his shoulder again, just to make sure you're not standing and waiting behind him.
I don't approach him anymore, you know. But I made him leave me. I don't leave his presence.
There's something else. Word reach me.
And I come back over to my liege.
Disturbance. People are disturbing the peace. They seem to have no respect for peace. But why would they? But people start to hassle me with this. The Ferrum, the Siren, they all want their own little piece of what I have made of this barren land.
You cannot allow them to steal from you, my liege. This is despicable.
No, we cannot. Be aware of their treachery. They will
I
come
shall be.
and they will ask. Give them nothing.
I will give them that. And if they ask too much, perhaps slightly more. I look at him, and the way an ogre looks at another ogre.
Are you sure? Oh. Son, you would have made a great raider. It's a shame you chose the other way of life.
There's no shame, for here I may aid you in other ways that are far more important than pulling rope and throwing net.
Perhaps.
And I look. Are there any Ferrum at all around here?
Plenty of Ferrum. You can see they don't work at the docks, but you can see
Yeah.
them gathering in the market.
I just point over towards one of these bitch-ass little stumps, and I say, "Do you not know their tale, their history? For they are the ones that turn their back upon their creator, and look at what they have fallen to become. Refuse of sapience. But we are on an upswing soon. Look at what has been done by ogre hands. By these hands." And then I pick his wrist. By these hands.
And he makes a fist. They make good slaves, though. Ah!
Yes.
And he laughs loud, and it shatters through the air.
Each to his own place.
They were weak, and they are still weak.
Of course, they are all weak. In your mighty shadow.
And he looks over the market as it assembles, and there are many, many Farum. There are plenty, though.
Well, that is good. They do stonework well.
They do. Some have their uses. They make good weapons, and he picks up his giant axe, which is made of...
I just look at it.
It's beautiful craftsmanship.
That seems unnecessary. I look at him. Clearly. What will you find? Decapitate 10 of them at the same time with that?
If they line up.
Yes. I imagine so. Such a fine dream that would be.
Anyway, I need to leave. The mornings are the best times. People are half asleep. They don't know what's coming.
Shall I prepare a sacrifice?
It looks... Yes. Bless our journey, that we may come back with great plunder.
I looked like one of his men. It's like, just of lower station.
Like, hey.
Yes, you! Do you think I call again? I seem angered by his lack of attention.
He walks up, looks to Ogren, looks at you.
Bring me 7 fish.
He looks back
If you wish to keep your liege waiting.
Oh.
And I grab a hold of him and I spin him around and I kind of give him a boot to the ass. A crocodile skin boot, if you will. 7 fish.
The rest of the men laugh at this.
Different kinds of fish.
He hurries up and disappears somewhere in the crowd of the market. The great ogre looks at you. 7 fish.
7 fish. To feed the dream.
Quite just a few minutes later, the man returns with a basket with 7 different kinds of fish.
I look at him. I grab a hold of him, grab a hold of his shoulders, and I pull him in towards me. You have done well, and for this, you shall feel the love of opiate. Do you understand me? And I'm making strong eye contact with him.
Shakes his head.
Blessed be you on your midnight revelry upon the painted land of dreams. Go forth now, and I push him back away from me, and I pick up the fish, and I look over. I suppose a lot of his men probably have, like, because since ogres don't usually wear a lot of clothes, they probably have like knives or little tiny swords or some kind of gutting material just on them.
Oh yeah.
I just reach over and grab it off one. I don't even ask him. And I go,
Hey, that's mine.
It will be again, but not in this moment. Time is an irrelevant thing. Are you an Athraxunite? No. You will follow opiate. And I'll go over into the water. And I pray now, very loudly, not to Leviathan, the potency of water. I pray now not to Igvale, the sweet singer of strong wind. I pray now not to dead Ahura Mazda or Ahriman, who soon will take its stead. But to you, my kind, gentle caress, that vapor of ephemeral beauty that wraps and twists and warps and elevates, sing that strong song that will make all sirens envy. Opet, master, liege of dreams, and owner of my will. Our sacrifice is small and weak, but we are but pitiful ogres. Yes, but we are your grandchildren, grandfather and grandmother. We love you. And I look towards some other ogres like they better like join in the chorus now.
Most of them look a bit confused. Like, should we doing that? Should we be doing
Not
that?
like hit one of them, not like hit him, but like kind of like push him in the chest, like we love you.
Just intimidated by your presence and sort of drawn to you at the same time, they slowly, reluctantly, but surely do follow your lead. Assemble.
Take these lives, take these fish as your sacrifice. And I take the knife and I gut each of the fish, and I allow the guts to fall directly before the ship on the land, not into the water. Then I take the fish and I cut off their scales, and I take the scales and I grind them in my hands. And as I do so, this sheeming energy of purple and blue and sea green and teal courses around my hands. As I pull off, you see sparkling each of the scales takes flight into the air as tiny little owls, thousands of them flying off distantly into other directions and seemingly disappearing into different dimensions of dreams, sparkling with fuchsias and reds. And I look down, and the others fall into invisibility, and I begin to caress the guts and move them and look upon them. Yes, Opiate, do not allow other deities to interlope and intercept upon your true people, those that love you. And if you do not love Opiate, a pox upon you, or you shall not vex this crew. Keep Opiate strong in your heart, or you will doom us all. You will doom him. And I actually kind of push Argrim, but in a very ogurely kind of way, firing up. And you will be the doomsayer, the downbringer, and the dismisser of legacy, of potency, of potential. Go forward there, a vessel, as I go forward in the mind, as a vessel of its own. A vessel of skull and sinew, a vessel of wood and sail, and imagination, the potential, the possibility. Opiate, and I'm holding up the fish guts. Opiate, allow this offering and smell the sweet sucker. And I begin to twist them with my hands, wringing them all out, and I gather them together, and I just reach over and grab anything that can be used as a pot, and I scoop up some water, and I begin to set a little fire under it with my flint and steel, and get it hot, and start boiling it, and allow the boiling water and the vapor, and only put a very little bit of water in there so it burns, and it just burns so much pot. So it burns and it goes up into the aether, into the appreciation. Smell deeply, Opiate, of all sacrifice unto you. In the name of our true Lord, nay, I say King. And I look around at other ogres as if they would challenge that.
As you look around, you see not only have the ogres of the crew gathered around and being enthralled by you, other people from the market have heard you praise and pray, and they've come and they watch, and you see some nod, and you see others just dazzled, but you have their attention.
Ogron! Opiate, bless Ogron! And I go and I get maybe a little bit of bluish gunk that's now burning in the sacrifice, and I take it and I come over to him and I make the star right on his forehead, right on the metaphysical third eye, and I do the star opiate, like the shit's running on his face. Be blessed, my uncle. Be blessed, my king. Oh, that's strength. And if any of you dare betray him, I shall see you when your eyes shut and flitter. And I will find you and will pluck your stock. And that will be all. 1,000 nightmares vexed and visited, and you shall know the world of Ajira. And I pray to you, opiate, let all that stand before him know the terror. Let all that stand with him know the glory. Let the dream live. Let the dream live. And I give him like this kind of big ogre hug, like just a big aggressive like sports player, like shoulder, like the chest bump deal, and then like almost like a beating, like like a big hug, but just like really fast and aggressive and brutal and very ogreish.
And you see Argrim almost getting into this. He touches the star on his forehead and he starts beating his chest. He looks to his man and they start beating their chest almost in the rhythm of a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. You heard him.
And then I whisper very, very low, go forward and bring back all the treasure, and we shall build the mightiest temple to opiate the world has ever seen. And then I lean in close to him and I whisper, and you shall be true king. And I turn myself looking in the direction of First Port, which of course has the Sea King. Just putting it in his mind, like, oh, fuck them, we got to build this up.
And Argrim, the ogre who likes the title of king, looks over his men and he raises his fist. Now let's get onto the waves. And they all assemble and they get on their boat. And the great ogre looks back and gives you a nod. Gets on his boat. And as it sails forth, you can see him touching his forehead slightly.
I nod. I stand there in the harbor, and I watch them until they go out, and I nod. And while this like person's pot is still like burning, and the sacrifice is still going on, and there would be a strong backhanding of that as ended.
Leaving you here for a moment, we see another inhabitant of Argrenag, starting his day, a human. It is market day, and sadly it's one of the responsibilities to get your wares out there and let them be known. Would Cade attend these market days?
Yes, he would, if he was bringing a large shipment of raw fabrics in to sell to the people to make their own clothing, or if there are tailors looking for raw materials. He would come in with at least one cart drawn by his own Optalang and 2 or 3 of his employees.
Well, this is one of these days, the market days, where all people, even from those who do not live directly in the city, come get their raw materials to make their own tools, fabrics, clothes, or if they feel particularly wealthy this day, they might buy some manufactured goods. You make your way out onto this vibrating place of life where Ferrum, Freyeen, ogres, and you even see some sirens praising their wares, getting ready to sell. You hear this loud shouting voice coming from the dogs, and this towering, humongous giant of blue shivering in the morning sun, praising Opiate of all, loud and clear. And you see a small crowd gathering around him as he blesses the great ogre.
Can you remind me, out of character, just the ogre's name one more time? The Great Ogre.
Argrun, or Agran.
Okay. I turn to those of my employ, 2 other human men. I say, I trust that you can set up our wares, begin the sales immediately. I have some business to attend to.
Yeah, of course, yes. You will not be disappointed.
Cade is he's tall for his tribe. He stands at 6'2". He's very thin, and very old. He has deep lines in his face from age, and his cheeks are a little hollow. His skin, it's almost as if he is recovering from a sunburn. It's almost been ages. It looks like that he stepped out of the inside of a building or from underground, wherever he may have been. And he's relatively new to this settlement, having just finished construction on his mill. His hair is thinning quite a bit, gray, white almost, slicked back, and he has gray stubble that hasn't been shaved in several days. His eyes are sharp. I step forward and begin moving towards the docks, looking to the Great Ogre.
At the moment you make your way through the crowd, get into the first row, you see this giant, this freak, really, grabbing this mighty raider and signing his forehead with guts. You could smell the burned remains of fish from this tiny offering altar. It's smoldering. It sends everywhere. It's disgusting.
I acknowledge that one who has been shouting to the heavens about opiate and ask, may I approach the Great Ogre?
I thought he was already on the boat.
Oh, we sort of interconnecting there.
Oh, okay. Is he like gone and did he leave?
No, he's not.
Or-
He's not gone yet.
Okay, then I'm like on the dock and
Yeah. No, we're
speaking to this man who's clearly of some import.
we're cutting into it here.
Okay,
I think it's cooler.
very, very good. I'm trying to make sure I'm.
Yeah.
I'm right.
He separates himself from this prophet, and he turns and he looks at you.
This human wishes to speak with you. Shall I handle him?
No. Come. I know your face. You are
Yes. I have
Cade,
not-
are you not?
Yes, Cade Kale. I have not had time, so to speak, to make a proper introduction and an offering to you in peace.
Well, it is good you take this opportunity then. And he raises his arms. Welcome in my city.
I have like a small satchel with me, and I open it, and I pull out a skull, a human skull with a large crack in the side, and I tell him, I have seen your conquest, and though I may not share your religion, I respect it. This is the skull of the only man I was ever forced to kill. I would like you to have it.
He steps forward and he grabs the skull with his clawed hands, almost disappearing in it. Really, it looks tiny, and he holds it up. He looks at it.
I watch carefully, but definitely some respect. in my eyes as I appraise the human. Liege, allow me, please. There's something I may perform. And I sort of cascade.
He holds up his hand. Wait.
I reach down. I'm supposing here we have some sand. Yes, there's like some beach-like areas.
Yep.
All right. So I scoop up 2 handfuls of sand and I take them and I sort of balance them in my hand like that, tossing the sand up and down, almost like it was like kneading dough. And I take the sand and I gently allow it to cascade down upon the skull as I look into the skull's eyes, my eyes shut and then open widely, causing any dwomers that might be upon it to become evident. Essentially, I'm trying to make sure that this isn't maybe some sort of mystical trap or foul necromantic blasphemy or any such thing that a despicable human might use to gain an advantage.
To Kale's knowledge, there is no such hex been placed upon this, and it is an honest offering that he gives.
I look over at him. Yes, this is good. You show respect. Well placed, human.
The great ogre nods. This is it's a good blow. And he, as he points to the crack in the skull. Was he a worthy foe?
He says, indeed he was. A trickerous bastard. But in the end, I did prevail.
As well he should. The strong rule over the weak. Your race knows that.
Yes.
We do.
Did you take his possession? His family? Did you claim his flesh?
I did not. My creator, the creator of my father and my tribe, does not allow us to do so.
I see. Well, your offering is accepted.
Thank you for grace.
You're free to do business and trade within these walls.
Excellent. I'm
You're
sure we will
also
have many dealings in the future.
He looks down at you and he almost sneers. Well, and he sort of gives it he gives the skull over to Karail.
That's Karail.
Karail, I'm sorry. Foreign tongues.
Oh, and I am speaking in Moolish, and although I have an accent, and it's not one that I think any of you would place. It is. I do speak with the correct nomenclature. My grammar is pristine.
Tell me, Kate, wasn't it you who built the mill outside of town? Is that your doing?
Yes, it is my doing. I even lent a hand here and there, but I mostly oversaw the construction and management of the plant.
Well,
it's a small operation, hopefully to grow in the coming seasons.
It will. It will. I hear some humans look up to you.
They do. I believe that respect is earned, and over the course of my life, though perhaps not as long as your species, though I know little of you, I have gained a modicum of respect.
Very well. I hope you will use that respect to aid this town.
Pelgan wishes it.
Pelgan.
I kind of look with a bit of a sneer and like a slight degree of intimidation and aggressiveness.
And I look to you and I say, I mean no offense. I believe the divinities are beyond my grasp to comprehend. However, I do believe that this settlement speaks to the soul of Pelgan, to the spirit of building, of conquest, of creating something new.
It does have possibility to become a grand city, and to that Perhaps to that alone I should concede your point, Pelgan Knight.
Well,
And I look to Argonaut. I'm sorry, I'm saying the name of the town again. And I say I understand that you're on some business of import, and I wish not to keep you any longer than I have already. I do not like to waste the time of those who have great intentions.
I have always time for gifts. And he grins, and you see this nasty side of his face as it shifts and moves, and it reveals the teeth underneath as they rot away.
And I am just stone-faced the entire time. Obviously, I know that these men could rip me limb from limb without the slightest hesitation or thought, but there's no fear or intimidation.
We will have word when I come back.
I would very much desire that.
In the meantime, if there's anything you acquire from us, and he sort of points to the assembled ogres, he will hear your questions.
I thank you for such a gracious offering.
Yes, I shall hear your questions, questioner. And I narrow my eyes, like really appraising you, like, you know, trying to see what I can make of this stone-faced man.
And with that, the great ogre just turns. He's like, now get on the ship. We have men to slaughter and women to take.
I fan the fumes from the incense towards them. Go with the grace of opiate.
And with that, he boards his longboat, and so do his men. And they depart.
And I turn to this priest of opiate, and I introduce myself to him. I say, and forgive me. My name, of course, is Cade Kao. Might I inquire what you call yourself?
I am Krael Morgold Drimya Higavason. And what you realize is that's not an ogre clan name that you've heard. They're certainly not one of the distinctly considered legitimate ogre surnames. Krael means sand, and the rest of it means the son of the Golden Dreamthorn.
And I look to him and I say, and I wish not to take any more time of someone of your stature. I see that you have many blessings to attend to.
Should you have need of the business, I look back at the city, of Pelgan, I shall be in the longhouse till the boat comes back round, during days, to the temple that is erected in Opiate's name, and to
I
those
should
two
very
places
much like
you'll
to see
find
that
me.
at some time.
It is coming along nicely with Ferrum masonry. Perhaps, and I kind of lean in towards you, you would care to donate to that grand structure that is being built for the blessings to all this city. For it is not even a Pelgan dream.
I say, I shall in time at the moment. And I look back to my men who are unloading the crates of these different woven fabrics, and I say, for the moment, my capital is quite tied up. My profits, however, shall grace the presence of your temple.
Then here's to the kind acquisition of your profits. Cade.
And with that, I'm going to give kind of just a small bow, and
I return your bow.
And I'll go back to my operation.
I will slowly begin to walk over to the temple and make sure that everything is going on well there, and then I shall go to the Longhouse.
Very well. In the meantime, while you inspect the progress made on this most holy of places, another catalyst enters the stage. A mason of incredible craftsmanship and of quite some renown makes his way to the market. Sorry. Thalangos, isn't that? Yeah. What offerings do you bring to this place of commerce?
I come here offering my services as a builder, as a mason. I'm looking to help people build their homes, their walls, especially any statues they might want. I would love to make a thing of beauty for them.
A thing of beauty indeed. You praise your skills. You have some renown, especially among your people. They know what you are capable of. And you are approached not by a Farum, but by a human. And he comes to you. You're the mason, aren't you? And he looks.
Aye.
He's skinny, a beard. Looks poor. His clothes is worn out. It's clean, but it certainly has seen better days. I'm in need of a locksmith.
Oh, locksmith. Very well. That's fine. I could do this for you.
It's someone, yeah. You won't believe it. Just last night, someone broke into my home. Without any decency, destroyed it.
That is a shame to hear. Well, hey, did you not have locks before? I understand. Are you not interested in protecting your belongings?
Of course I had a lock protecting it. Sadly, he just shattered it, that dirty Farum. No, I'm sorry, no offense.
I don't necessarily have the respect of all my kind, especially thieves.
They're getting rampant. Every night houses the victim of another raid. They just take whatever they want.
To be fair, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Jonathan.
To be fair, Jonathan, this entire settlement was founded on raiding.
He looked at his feet. Well,
I came here with the Great Ogre himself, supplying him with his weapons and armor.
oh, you know him?
Yes?
Do you? Oh, maybe you could help us. I mean, you could speak to him about this. Something has to be done.
I'm sure he does have an interest in keeping the peace, but you have to understand, he's already off on his own. He's going off on raids.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your
Now,
service? What does it cost me?
Tell you what, I could build you all the locks in the world, but if some thief's going to keep breaking them down, maybe you should have a means of protecting yourself.
He looks down at me. What can I do against so many? I have no ways of protecting. I don't know how to wield a sword.
Then you don't need something so complicated. Let me make you a crossbow. Very, very simple devices.
Crossbow? He looks intrigued. That could work. A mighty bolt. striking that thief down if he comes again, right in his heart. I like that. I would very much like that. And as he leans forward to ask another question, a loud shriek pierces the crowd. And then you hear a grumble, and you hear a pounding. Someone hits the floor, and everyone present at the market, or in close proximity, can hear this. And you see a crowd gathering, comeuppance, things breaking.
And out of curiosity, I start to approach the commotion, and as I do, I take out one of my little hammers that I brought with me.
We're all hearing this, you said?
Yeah, everyone who's at the market can
All
definitely
right.
hear this.
I'm basically going to. I have a broadsword on my hip, and I'm just going to kind of loosen it from its scabbard, not fully draw it, but have my hand on it, looking around, making sure to protect my wares.
As you come closer to see what is the source of this disturbance, you see a scene that is sadly not too uncommon. A young Freyin on the floor, and a Farum sitting on his chest and pounding the poor man with his fist just over and over and over again.
I'm gonna make my way towards that.
I said, "You dirty thief! You just scammed me out of all my money!" And you can see this Farum is vastly stronger than the Freyin. It just breaks, and you can hear the bones crack as his fist just comes down on his face. The teeth, they shatter. The Freyin tries to get him off, but how could he?
I stalk directly towards him. I kind
I
of
have
do
no
like
love for
kind of like a
thieves.
Jason Voorhees kind of walk. He's not running; he's just Voorhees walking at him.
Right. No one in the crowd seems to want to stop them. The Freyin doesn't seem to have anyone on his side, and the Farum certainly don't want to intervene at this point. And oh, go ahead.
I will step forward. Again, just my hand on my blade, and I will speak out clearly so all can hear. Has this man had a trial?
The Farum stops in his motions, his fists still raised, and he turns, and you can see in his stature and in his eyes that he is drunk. What trial?
Is it possible for me to put hands on him?
You're a giant, yeah.
All right. So you said he weighs like some 370 pounds, something like that.
Well, yeah, it's just normal Farum stature.
I grab a hold of his throat with one of my hands, and by throat I mean his entire neck. My hands are unbelievably enormous. It's like a first baseman's glove. I just wrap it around his throat, and I just sort of shoot him up into the air and allow his body to come crashing hard down. You do not conduct your violence in the marketplace of your lord. Is this understood? Is this your marketplace, Farum? No. This is Argon's marketplace, and Argon wants no violence here! You shall not disobey the law, or I will drown you in the drink. And I will feel you quiver with fear until you quiver no more. Whatever he has done from you, you have taken his dignity and his teeth. You cannot even eat his grass anymore. Begone! Or I will crush your skull. Now! My eyes get wide, and my eyes are very strange looking again, and the blue stars that cover them, as opposed to pupils, just become more vibrant and blue and shining.
Do you want to make an intimidation roll for me?
I sure will. Okay, here we go. Not so great. 9.
Mm-hmm. He looks up to you, and it must have been the drink that gives him courage. It's like, that's filthy! As he spits out blood. He scammed me for his pity wares. They're all broken.
Were they broken when you bought them?
I lean forward.
Yes, of course they're all hollow.
Then
All
you're
of
a
them
fool.
are hollow. What do you call a fool?
You conducted
Calls
a
you a
legitimate
fool.
trade. You did not inspect the product before you bought it. That is your own fault, and I have no pity for you.
I don't need your pity. I want my money back.
No, but what you do need is my respect of your claim, and at the moment, you do not have it.
But he misguided me. He lied. And he
I'm
started
gonna
wobbling
grab
on
the
his foot.
train and pick him up, like I grab his shirt and just yank him up by the shirt. What do you have to say of this?
As you yank him up, he feels heavy and lifeless.
You have committed murder. And I take the body up like this, and then I release it, and let it just collapse to the ground.
The frame just drops on the ground, and you see blood flowing out of his mouth and from the big gashing wound on his head. And the Ferrum looks at it, almost horrified of what he has done.
Life.
I didn't mean to do that.
I grab a hold of him. You are now property. Do you understand? You are now owned by Argrun. As are the goods that you previously claimed as your own, as are the goods of this thief. You will come now. And I'm just like squeezed, like suffocating him. Just squeezing and just pulling on him. I pick up, I probably essentially strip, instead I'm not like going through his pockets, I just rip like the frames, like pants and shirt off, and anything that's on him of value is taken. And I look towards, I'm sorry.
Yeah, as you grab the Ferrum, another voice appears behind you. Now, what is this disturbance? It's a voice of tremendous age. You can hear the many, many years in it.
I turn slightly to see if I know who this is.
You do see him. As he turns, there's an old Ferrum walking by a cane, led by a younger Ferrum. And he walks into the middle of the marketplace. His face, many lines of old age. His beard is long and grey. And he has tattoos and a slight green on his face, and his eyes are of milk. It's Aristu, the old, ancient Ferrum that resides in this town.
He's someone well respected.
He's sort of the patriarch of the Ferrum community. He commands tremendous respect amongst people.
This murderer is paying for his crime.
Murder, you say?
I look down at the destroyed body of the frame.
Child, and he turns to his follower. I cannot see. Describe this for me. And he does. That is indeed grave accusations you cast upon my old friend here.
He murdered him in front of everyone. There's no accusations. It is
These are not
merely
accusations. There are tens of witnesses.
He turned and said, "Who's this speaking?"
My name is Cade, Farum.
Kate. Kate. I have heard this name many times,
I'm sure you have.
and I'm sure you've heard mine. I'm Aristu. Well,
That name grants you no authority in this land.
grants
This man has violated the peace of this town.
he did. But he did not commit murder. I'm sure he did not want. He had no intent of killing this poor Freyine.
Yet he is dead all the same.
If you swing at someone and he falls and his head crashes against a stone, do you still call it murder?
Yes.
Yes,
He nods his head. I would not.
Well, then your laws are different. But it is not you who rules here.
Neither are you.
Indeed, you are incorrect. I have been invested by he who shall be our king to keep the peace, and that is what I shall do. My sentence is fair and light, kind and benevolent.
You're talking of the great ogre. He is no king, though.
Not on this
my
day.
eyes kind of flicked to the crowd a couple of times, just seeing their reaction.
Very fortunately, I have a very high level of meditation, and I feel the hate, which I do have, swell inside me, and the thoughts of just grabbing him and just yanking him into multiple parts in a sacrifice to Mool, to Opiate. Well, do you fill my head like a stew pot of vengeance? Careful your words. Though I respect you, Saged Farum, respect is limited in all things. If you have other issue to state it now. My sentence is fair, and I will take any other challengers who wish to disagree. He gets to live where this one does not. Let it also be a lesson to those who will commit fraudulent activities. You may well be beaten to death for them, and then have your items possessed by proper authority.
I would propose something then.
I am listening.
He committed crime, disturbed the peace. I see that. He was wrong in what you did. I propose he's stripped of his possessions and given over to be sentenced by his kin. We know how to deal harsh but fair punishment. We have done so for thousands of cycles.
And
As
what
we-
punishment would a Farum have for the murder of a Freyine? I know your history as well.
As do I.
You will have to do penance. I am sure this Freyine had relatives, family maybe. They need to be compensated. He will have to work, but he gets to live and he gets to stay.
I'm still holding on to him by his throat. I'm not actively choking him. I just have my hand completely around his fucking neck. And I kind of move back and just absently sort of jerk him along with me. And I say, I'm holding my other finger up. One time. I wish to make this abundantly clear. You shall explain to your people, Aristude, for I do respect you, as does Agrun, and in his stead you will be treated as honorable elder. And upon your word of punishment, I shall hand this one over to you. And by the time the sun is high upon the sky, your men, your agents, shall provide me with the sum of his property, so it may be laid to the foundation of this community.
You mean the Temple of Opiate?
You may find me there or in the Longhouse, in which our lord and liege resides.
Very well. This I consider fair judgment.
I rip the, probably destroying his pants in the process, just completely not caring about him. I rip his belt off him. I'm assuming he probably has, since he's conducting trade, probably has some sort of goods on him. Not that I need a description of them, but I rip that and anything else I see, and then while still holding my hand around his neck, I take him and I throat beal him. If you know what a beal is, like he literally is going to end up on his ass, like maybe 10 feet from. Like I don't throw him on the guy. Or use him as a fucking projectile, but just probably scaring the shit out of him and putting a stinger up his back. And I collect the goods of the now either naked or very close to naked Freyine. And I'll just look at another ogre, like an ogre that I know, someone that also serves my liege. Where I say take his body to the Longhouse, and I'm sure that the ogre will probably get the implication. We're gonna eat this later.
An ogre, you know his name. He works sometimes for the great ogre. His name is Rufin. He picks up the corpse of the Frey and just throws it over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and nods and marches off, slumbering slowly. No haste in the world.
I'm gonna look over at Cade, and I'll just stare at you for a moment, my eyes really meeting yours. And then slowly I nod my head in respect to you.
I return the nod. Though, internally I am skeptical of this property being placed at the temple instead of in the hands of the family, the relatives of the victim who has been aggrieved.
Well, the old firm says, now get on your feet. You are a disgrace to our community. Please, good people, continue with your business. And do so in peace, I hope. As he looks up. Falangos, wasn't that your voice I heard before?
Yes, Elder.
Please, walk with me. And make sure
Very
that
well.
this one, and he sort of points somewhere into the crowd where he thinks the guy might have landed. Just take him. I don't want him running off.
Yeah, that is most wise.
The Ferrum, the murderer, he doesn't even know what's happening anymore. He's slowly coming to his senses. The alcohol settling in, and what he has done. His hands are hurt. I think he broke a finger or two. Gets up. Now, the old Ferrum slowly walks away. You at his side, the accused, walking with his head low, somewhere between his shoulders, chin on his chest before you. That is very nasty business, was it not? I fear we lose discipline and traditions among our ranks.
Yeah, leads to bad habits, which leads to the rest of us getting bad names.
Yes, yes. While we are many among the city, many look down upon us, hiring us for low wages, exploiting us. They wouldn't have dared that in my youth. It was back then they bowed before us.
Yeah, it must have been an amazing time.
Oh, I could tell you stories, my young friend. Many stories of glory. Sadly, those days are past. This, however,
Well, I say, if we can start to get our kind in line and make a good name for ourselves here in Archanog, we might be able to come back.
we might. I was hoping the same thing when I took my family, arrived at these walls. Sadly, not all in our community have the same goals. They do not respect the traditions of old. They do not care for the good name that our people once carried. You know of who I may speak?
Not specifically.
Ah,
Not this one, for sure. He seems to have just made a simple mistake.
well, he kind of he chuckles. You know, not too long ago, it was not considered a crime to beat a Freyne to death. No, I'm speaking of this thief among us, this upstart.
This thief.
Mm,
So this thief's one of ours.
sadly so. I fear, and I fear his influence growing. There's no law, there's no order, there's no connection anymore. And they prey on this feeling of young Farum not knowing their place, not listening to the advice of the elders, sadly. But you, and he grabs your shoulder, I see potential in you. I am old, not long for this world. Not for long, and I will join our ancestors. My fathers. Oh, your audio cut. Can you still hear us? I suppose not. Alright. Seems like we're having some technical difficulties.
I'm going to tell him in the chat to exit and come back.
Yeah. Anyway, not a problem. We cut back then for a moment to the market, where people go back to their daily business. This is sadly nothing exotic in this place, where there's no clear law, no order, not like in First Port or Bale. No, you are muted.
Negative, we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you.
I think he's going to rejoin.
Oh, okay.
Fucking Google, man.
Oh, yes.
Alright, can you...
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can.
we can hear you, George.
Can you hear us? I don't think so.
Doesn't sound like it.
We also can't hear Louis. Or Lou, I'm sorry. Well, we're gonna use this short intermission because I'll be right back. Don't run away.
What exactly is Cade doing at the moment, Matt?
Cade is, as long as the crowd is dispersing and you are returning to the Longhouse, he's going to go back to his little setup and oversee, make sure everything is in place, and basically get the.
Can you describe it? What you have set?
Yeah, so they've unloaded the cart and they set up a couple of like small wood tables that they've taken out of the cart, and They are draping the different types of fabric that are in. It's like each type, there's maybe like 20 or 30 large pieces of these folded, so people can come and buy them individually. And he brings a small stool and a small booklet out of his pack, and begins just kind of, and takes us like a magnifying glass and just begins to look over it and checking his wares, making sure that his inventory is all accounted for.
You'll notice that I don't immediately leave. I kind of move around.
Right. Is everyone back? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep. And I'm
welcome back.
Oh,
Yeah, cool. We can hear you too. Lou, can we hear you if you speak?
take off your mute, Lou.
Oh, there went our flame tender.
Well, take off your mute, Lou. You're muted. Say something.
Oh, he didn't even have his headphones on.
Oh,
You're muted.
Hey.
Take off your mute so we can hear you. Nah, dude, you ain't.
Nah, we can't hear you.
Fuck you, Google.
But you can be heard. Yeah, George. Other George.
I hope so. I can hear everyone now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
We're good.
Awesome. I'm sorry for the dropout. That was Google hating me.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think Google hates all of us right now.
Matt and I were just doing some descriptions in your absence.
All right. Where were we? Yes. The old wise patriarch taking a walk with our young and talented mason. He puts his hand, this old, almost skeleton hand, but there's still strength in it. You can feel it. I have need of you, young one.
Anything.
Anything. That is good. When I will be gone, my grandson, Yoloth, he will need counsel, and he will need support. Our people are drifting apart. We separate us from the rest, yet we do not use our strength. We trade, yet we do not take advantage of this. We are strong people. We are great people. And there is still greatness in us. I know that. I have seen it. And you know that, don't you?
Of course. I see a little bit of the potential beauty in all of us Ferrum. We just have to bring it out.
Hmm. And how do you propose to achieve this? I tried my best giving wise and fair counsel, looking after our own. Yet, I seem to fail.
Wise and fair. It sounds so like it would work. But you understand, I have been with Argrun for the past several cycles, and he commands amazing respect with an iron fist. But he is not unkind. Please do not get me wrong.
I see.
But I fear that when you say fair, you're being over lenient.
He stops. He leans on his walking cane. You think I should sentence this one to a harsher future?
I see no need to continue to stir up this pot here. But I do see now the rest of the town does have fair warning. They'll be speaking about this for the next few chains.
I feared as much. Well, what would you have done in my stead? Let this ogre, tear him apart, rip him limb from limb. I'm sure he has this ferocity in his heart. He would have loved to do that.
As ogres are wont to do.
A brutish kind.
But I don't know, it more likely would have saved him for Argrun. He would have just been used for labor. Argrun slaves are not treated too poorly.
They are slaves nonetheless. Our people are not supposed to be slaves. We're supposed to be kings.
And yet here we are.
Yet here we are. And as you walk over the market, you arrive at what many consider the Farum district. Houses become shorter, smaller, as it is the custom, and it looks poorer, almost like something one could call a ghetto. It's it drains happiness right out of your bones. It looks miserable, crowded. You see many familiar faces you haven't seen before. All of them Farum. There are no humans or ogres or Phrygians in this part of town. They are not allowed. They do not wish to be here. What are we supposed to do then? Are we gonna let this great ogre, as he calls himself, rule with his iron fist over our people? He respects nothing but strength, does he? And we have to show
us strong.
Are we?
We must prove ourselves. We must prove ourselves to him, to Gavega Thale, to Hool of old and Galma of new.
To Hool of old, you say? He shakes his head. There will be no help from the gods, boy. Unless we help ourselves, we are lost.
I fear you misunderstand. It's not help directly that I am looking for, but there are lessons that can be learned from the affairs of the divine. We all know the vast majority of them are cunts.
He chuckles.
But that does not mean we cannot learn.
There's wisdom in what you say.
There is still power into Hool in the underground. I have reason to believe that if we do a little bit of searching, maybe to the north, we may be able to find some resources, some mines. I wonder if our kind can, me, your grandson, and any others you think would be useful for the job could maybe find such a place, find such lucrative ore. We are people of iron. I don't see enough of it around.
I have heard stories of stone and ore that can be found to the north. But you know who dwells there, and they do not look kindly upon the settlement, and who can begrudge them. This used to be their land.
Couldn't blame them, but the Dukasit are Fey after all. Can't necessarily respect them.
No. He shakes his head.
They've never shown any strength of their own.
Securing such resources for our community would certainly strengthen our position. It would force the humans, the ogres, and even those disgusting sirens to listen, to heed our call. I will think on this. I will think on this. And he puts his shoulder again and kind of leans towards you. I only fear that we will need an ally in this. Cannot trust that human. What was his name? Cade?
Yes, of the Caltran clan.
Ah, there's greed in his voice. Cannot trust that ogre. Trust in a most peculiar spirit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he doesn't acknowledge Mool's other parents.
Be aware of that one. He might prove dangerous.
He is dangerous.
Ogres are by nature, but they're also hot-headed, easily angered, easily outmaneuvered. Soon our ranks will swell and theirs will dwindle. Just you watch. Well then, accompany me to my home. I am tired.
Yes?
And you lead him. Well, he tells you where he lives. No, you know where he lives. Everyone knows where he lives. He has the nicest house in the entire district, made of pure stone. You, in fact, helped build it.
Of course. It's given as how nice it looks, who else could have?
And at the door, he parts from you. Young one,
Yes?
this thief we talked about,
Ah, of course.
his name you do not know. Laris. He will tempt the faithful, he will tempt the good one among us. You cannot let this happen.
Laris.
I know.
Laris, he's the jeweler.
Yes.
I helped. His home was once of humans. I helped build it down to proper farm size.
Yes, yes. I have heard of
But
disturbing
the thief, you mean he's a follower of Dahul, so far as I know. Are not.
Oh, he might very well be. Only know he is possessed by a very dark desire.
I would have hoped we could expect more from the Nagalus.
He's not lost yet, I'm not saying. He only lost tradition.
Let's see. Well, maybe we can then bring him right on the right path.
I'm afraid my word is not doesn't ring as strong in his ears, I think they say.
Well, not necessarily yours then. Maybe we could give him reason to avoid thievery. That big ogre back in the market certainly would give him enough reason.
Maybe. I don't know. I do not trust the ogre.
I'm sure word of that event has already reached his ears.
I hardly think he cares. Just be watchful. I sadly don't see as well as I used to. Not even in the dark. And he smiled.
Well, if there's anything else you require, do let me know.
No, I must rest now. I must rest now.
And please, think about the mines and who we could use.
He turns his head. Mines? Oh yes, the mines. Yes, I almost forgot. Yes, the mines. I will think about it. And then he just turns around, enters, and closes the door, leaving you out there all alone.
And now, remembering the human I talked to and wondering if this might be the very same thief that robbed him. I was promised a commission, so I'm gonna go look for him, help him with his locks, help him with his weapons.
You go back to the market, and it's still thriving. Such a little incident cannot disturb the way of commerce. It takes you a bit to make him out, and you can see him speaking to that human you saw earlier. And this is where we cut to Cade. Your people, Cade, have set up your booth quite well, as they have been instructed, and people come and they mostly buy the raw materials, the wool and the fabric to make their own clothes. This is the cheapest way. And you make a good profit today. And then a man, in the middle of his in the spring of his life, bearded, quite skinny with a torn off clothes, looks like someone who would be in need of your wares. He comes to you, approaches you carefully with his head somewhere between his shoulders. Excuse me.
Yes.
I have a request, or maybe not a request, but something that needs your attention. So.
Speak your piece.
I don't know who else to turn to. No one cares here for us, but you're the only one I know. You have a good name among the community. Something has to be done about, and he points with his finger towards the Ferrum district, about them.
And what do you expect me to do? I lean in forward to him.
I don't know. I have no knowledge of such things. Just last night, I was sleeping in my home, and one of them, he just broke in. He just broke our door, came in stomping, not even hiding his intentions, and stole everything we had. Almost killed my little boy. Threatened us with his hammer, threatened to break his skull open if I don't give him what he wants.
And can you identify this man?
Well, it was it was quite dark. I would recognize his voice, and clearly know it was Filthy Ferrum. Can hardly miss them.
And what, pray tell, did you do to protect your family?
Well, he looks at himself. I had no weapon upon myself. I had nothing to defend myself with. He just ambushed me in my sleep. I was practically naked.
I'm just kind of staring at him stone-faced, waiting for the, and what do you want me to do about this? If you cannot identify your thief, no court can be held, no decisions rendered about property, no evidence. Do you know how many Ferrum live in that district? Are we to walk the streets, listening for the man's voice? Believe me, I understand the terror that the Ferrum have caused our people. Tell me, are you from Bale?
He nods.
And
Yeah.
you want for the safety and comfort that our people have there?
Well, yes. Yes, I thought I could get that here, but I see there's no justice here.
There is much that can be made of this place. But you have to build it with your own hands. I was born only a few cycles after our people beat the Farum in their own city and took it from them. We did not sleep naked, defenseless, as they tried to exile us from our homes that we built, that we negotiated for. Do you understand me?
He nods. I think so.
And we did not take rash actions to identify ourselves to our enemies. My father and his father, and Bram and the others, they waited and they bided their time, and they planned in secret. If you want justice, this is what you will have to do there. I've seen many cities rise and fall, some at my own hand. Tell me, do you worship Helgen?
My father did. I'm not as virtuous as I should be.
Pelgan, great as he may be, strong as he may be, he will not fight your battles for you, nor will any of the gods. You must do this of your own accord. Now tell me, what kind of lock did you have on your door? Come, was it strong? What did you pay for it?
Oh yeah, it was very very strong. Farum must have been incredibly strong. Was iron. Was good iron. I pay good money for that.
You must secure your own home. You must learn to protect yourself. And you must learn how to secure that door, every window, against the invasion of the filth.
He nods.
Do you know how you do that?
I think I have an idea, sir.
Money.
Money?
That's the only thing those people respect anyway. What do you do? What is your occupation?
I chop the wood. I'm a lumberjack.
So you know how to use an axe?
Against wood, I do, yes.
Then you know how to use an axe against a bone. Of course, the people of Iron are strong. I will give them that. But again, violence is not your strength, it is your cunning. That is how we took Bale. That is how we have built our empires. Are you willing to learn? And are you willing to earn?
He nods. Yeah. Yes, I will no longer be victimized by them.
Are you prepared to move your family out of that home?
But where will we go?
Up the North Road.
The north?
We are always expanding our operations. If you are willing to work for me for an honest wage, earn your way, I can teach you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you want to put these people in their place, it will take time and planning and finesse.
I'm willing to wait. If that's what it takes.
Then I'll have my clerics draw up an employment contract. I want you logging the area around my mill. We're going to be building another as soon as our funds are replenished.
Very well. I shall do that.
Good.
I will do that.
Prepare to move your family within the next chain.
Thank you. Thank you. And he tries to shake your hand.
I put my hand out and I grab him and I kind of bring him in closer and I say, "Do not let them see weakness. They will only prey upon you more."
No, no, no. No more weakness as our forefathers. I will earn it. Will earn my vengeance.
Good. And in the meantime, keep your ear to the ground. I have a feeling that whoever did this to you will strike again at others in our community. Someone so bold and rash as to do that. Is-
I will warn my neighbors. They should be prepared.
Yes. You people are soft. Do not take this as an undue criticism. But you've come to a very dangerous place. There's not easy profit to be made here. You must grow stronger, harder. Tell the others.
He takes a deep breath. Yes. And then he smiles with the first time you see him, with a hint of confidence somewhere buried within him. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you again. I'll get our things immediately. Well, what we have left.
Good.
I'm
With
with-
that, I return to my books. I'm not even looking at him anymore.
He slowly steps back, looking at you, turns on his heel, and walks away. And on his way, walks into Thallenghost. You're muted.
Back. Yes, Jonathan.
He looks at you, and for a moment he stops, and then he turns his head and walks straight past you.
Jonathan. As I'm going towards him, waving around the crossbow that I brought from my wares.
He doesn't. He just shakes his head. He doesn't even acknowledge you. It's like you're beneath him.
I might have a lead on who took your belongings.
I bet.
Oh,
And he just storms off. Not looking back. But you saw him talking to Cade before, where he gained composure. And he leaves you there, with your fine crossbow in hand, robbed of a customer.
discretion won't stand. Yeah, I approach Cade. Sitting over there reading his books. Excuse me. Cade, is it?
And who might you be?
My name is Thallenghost Consia Sonora. And it seems that you have robbed me of a customer.
Robbed you of a customer. That's an interesting way of putting it.
Not an hour ago, that man wanted a lock and a weapon from me. I see him talking to you, and now he won't even look me in the eyes.
And why should he?
Because I am here to help. What about you? You do seem threatening enough with that broadsword.
He looks down at it as if he's completely forgotten it's on its side. Let's see. I use violence only in the most dire of circumstances. You have nothing to fear from me as long as you do honest business. And like all of us, you must earn your customers.
As I did.
Apparently not.
Now, you don't even understand that man was robbed from a ferrum.
Yes, I know, he told me. One of your kind.
Oh, okay, I'm here to let him know. I'm here to let him recover his property. You don't seem to understand. We're not all like that.
I've dealt with your kind many times. I was spit on by your kind as a child, kicked in the mud.
I take it you're from Bale?
Yes.
You're a bad influence on this town.
Really? I think I'm a good influence. You see, what I have just given that man is the strength to take care of himself and the means to equip himself against the rapacious nature of those who live in your community.
You don't strike me as a generous man. What do you mean you gave him the means to protect
Generous? No. You misunderstand. We've conducted business, a trade. He's going to work for me.
Being from Bale, I don't know if I could trust that. You say he's going to work for you. I wonder if he's not going to be much better than a slave.
Your people tried to exile us from our own homes, which we built, which we negotiated for.
You people think you're so clever.
Aren't we? Tell me, what do you do?
All I want is peace. Me?
As do I.
I
want
do.
my investments secure and my people secure. As of now.
As do I. Which is why I'm trying to make a better name for Ferrums. Which is why I want to find this thief.
Good.
And I'm pretty sure I already have. So far as what I do.
And when you say that, he closes his book and puts it into his pack. He says, "Really?
Really?
Tell me of this thief."
We still have to verify, but there's a jeweler. I should remember. Laris was his name. The elder tells me that he's been thieving, and hearing that only last night Jonathan was robbed, I can only assume.
And does your elder intend to dispense his own form of justice? Or will he submit to the law of the town?
I don't see any reason we can't find some compromise between the two.
If our peoples are to do business, we need to construct an independent body for reviewing cases like this. As zealous as the ogres may be, their summary justice is sometimes out of proportion to the crime committed.
They do get excited. But given this crime occurred, and we have the criminal, all we need to do is recover the property. We take a small portion of it for the town's sake, and let that be that.
I see no problem with this. That man is still going to work for me, though.
We'll have to see if I can't change his mind.
Good luck.
But first, I suppose I have to prove my own value to him.
Yes.
Did you happen to see where the giant ogre went? Corral.
Yes, Karael, I believe he went to the Longhouse. He shall be
Of course.
ruling in
Argren's
stead.
absence, I suppose that makes sense.
Yes.
Well, I'll see you off here. I'll be sure to keep my eye on you.
and I you. But if you find information about this thief, make sure you collect as much evidence as you can before approaching the ogre. I feel he may be a little overzealous.
Well, you
I'd rather
drove
see
away
him.
the one person who could provide evidence.
That drunkard who just beat a man to death in the street?
No, the human. Jonathan. Because of
That's
you,
a-
he'll no longer talk to me.
Evidence. Have you spoken to him? Do you know what evidence he has?
If he can identify the thief, if he can identify his belongings, that's evidence.
I think identifying the thief on his end is going to be a little difficult. Our kind do not see as well in the dark as yours do, and he was robbed in the night.
Well, then surely he could still identify his belongings. How
Yes, of
about
course. That
you-
would be sufficient proof, I believe.
won't talk to me, but you tell me, you find out from him a description of his belongings, a description of what was taken.
Yes, of course. And if you find these belongings, then together...
In Laris's possession.
Laris, yes. If you find these belongings, can you convince your elder to meet with me and the ogre over this matter? With your presence, of course. I would not want to exclude you from this.
I believe I can.
Good. You're different than the others, it appears.
I'm trying to make a better way for us.
As am I.
Farms have fallen, as you can clearly see. And this Laris, given that he committed these crimes, are only pulling us down.
I agree. If we can work together, we can keep the peace.
Oh, I think we have to find Jonathan.
Unfortunately, I have business to attend to here. My operation. It is in need of my care at the moment. You will have to find Jonathan, bring him to me, or in the next night or two you can come out to my property. We'll be setting him up, his family, with more secure arrangements.
Too long. By then, those belongings could have been pawned off.
And what am I to do? Go to this Laris, break down his doors, and slay him where he stands?
No, we just need to approach Jonathan and get the description of his belongings now.
Then, by all means, I encourage you to do so.
You understand he won't talk to me.
Weak-minded fool.
How about you send one of your boys? Indicate your workers.
Yes. You there. Come here. And I speak with him and I say, I need you to draw up that employment contract. Approach Jonathan. Find
Yeah.
him.
And I offer this human the crossbow and deliver this to him.
And I say, tell him that to accept this.
Very well.
And tell him to return to us as soon as possible.
He nods, of course. He takes the crossbow and some paper, and we'll leave. All right.
And I am good to wait for him to continue if you want to move on to different characters or if you have anything else for us at the moment.
Right. This is a very good opportunity to see what the wise orc and our sneaky Laris are doing on the road, I assume. Going back, or still preparing their wares.
Well, yeah, certainly the day is only begun, and I only spent part of the night, well, the full night, so I will try to toughen it up because there is a lot of work to be done today. So, I'm definitely heading back to my shop. There are items at a discount to be sold, certainly, and contacts to be made, of course, during the day. So, as that is when everyone is awake to actually speak to me. I will definitely. That is my my plan.
So you're trying to fence off the stolen goods from the night? Is that what I got?
Of course, at a discount.
Right, a discount, a fair
You
discount.
know, damaged goods. Things fall off wagons all the time.
Sadly, that is the case. Oh, how much of a discount do you offer for these items?
Well, unfortunately, with things being as they are, with sales being very, very low in the shop, I have to be realistic. So I do cut the price in half, which is quite reasonable. And I'm reluctant to give up every single silver and copper that I could be earning, but there's simply no other option with business being as poor as it is. Until operations pick up a bit, this is what will have to be done. Hopefully, I will lure in more customers to look at some of my other fine wares, like my glasswares, my actual legitimate business, my glasswares, my jewelry wares, and they will tell their friends.
With this much of a discount, there might be a buyer. You managed to sell the silver goblet to a trader who visits Agruna once in a while and gets some cheap wares and sells them probably in first board. And well, you get rid of the ring pretty easily. It's a nice one, and it's cheap as dirt. And about the middle of the day, someone slithers into your shop. A Typhon makes his way through gracefully, and he stops and he looks down to that nice rugged you have there. Fine craftsmanship, good car. And he approaches you. What is it that you demand for such an item?
Yes, my fine Typhon friend. Are you new here in town? Have you been here before?
I am here far longer than you are, my friend. I'm Slachta.
I sort of like, my eyes grow very slightly surprise that such a prominent member would come to my end, to this Farum end of the district, to my shop. Yes, I've heard of you before. You are a seller of many goods. Yes. correct?
One could say we are in the same business, my friend.
Oh, and I sort of like, I like humbly, I sort of like, gesture around. Oh, this? Oh, this is just a little trifling, something I'm doing while, as you can see, business is in this city for jewelry is just not quite as good as you would expect. So this is just a little side thing. Yes.
Really? You expected it to be good?
Good. Well.
Quite the enterprise to open a shop of such fine wares of glass and jewelry in such a backwater.
Sort of narrowed my eyes very slightly in his direction. I don't think you're really here for my jewelry or my carpets, are you?
A bit of both, one could say. I do very much appreciate your wares. Nowhere else you can find craftsmanship of this quality in this town. And as he reaches out for an item, a bowl made of glass, and you can see a number of rings on his clawed fingers, one bigger than the other, clearly showing off. I do, however, wonder sometimes what you are doing here. And he looks over his shoulder to see if they are alone, and indeed they are at this point.
I definitely am choosing my words carefully, because even when there are no ears, there are often always ears. Well, you could say in Firstport, where I am from, I was a procurer of certain items that no one seemed to have any interest in having anymore. They simply didn't have their hands on them anymore. So I procure these items for a group of individuals there, and here I found it's very it is easy to do the same thing, and I was actually considering coming to your establishment, and you see, these goods, and I sort of point at the rug that is clearly worn from use. These items they don't belong here in this shop, but I would love to continue to make money off of them. I was thinking perhaps I could sell these items directly to you at a discount to have at your fine establishment that you have. I am more of an expert at jewelry and the glass, but I simply am not an expert on these other items. Would you be interested instead in them?
He looks at the wares, and you see his forked tongue leaving his mouth as he licks over his what one could consider lips. Well, that depends, of course, on the nature of the price.
I sort of think about this, ponder it, again, trying to get every little single coin, every little piece of anything he could give me, but I think he is probably better at this than me. But I say, For the customers, of course, I've been offering a generous discount of half price. But for you, as a supplier, you would you would not buy these at customer price. Perhaps, shall we say, a third?
That is a fair price. There are many things here I would desire. My customers would like, he says. But I have a different proposition, if you may. I could, of course, pay you in coin or wares of equal value, or, and he looks again over shoulder, in an information.
What kind of information?
Ah, juicy knowledge. One that has been rumored often. One many people ask, where does it come from? What does it mean? One that would give you power. For knowledge is power. Is it not?
It is. This once, I will take you up on this offer to see how valuable this knowledge you speak of is. Though I would ask you throw in one extra thing. As a first-time buyer, I am looking for one particular extra piece of information. I'm looking for those in this fine community of ours who would share a certain interest with myself. Ones who would perhaps, join me in the protection of that which is very important.
I see. It is bodies you are looking for. Abled bodies, strong of muscle and will?
And I sort of like smile. Will is optional. But
Slachter might have wares for you.
I look for willing, and I definitely, a very poignant sort of like willing, meaning not slaves. Which may disappoint him, but
just a bit. Well, willing, you say? Well, lack of, let's say, food makes a man willing. Lack of protection makes a man willing. Does it not?
Something I was just going to go discuss at our around town to those who would hear me.
I see. I could give you names.
Yes, names would be good.
Names. And for a friend, I will not charge.
Yeah, and I give him a look like, I know exactly what that means,
But let me, and he decides on a few items that he likes. There's definitely the rock in there. There's some quite good glasswork with it. He's he's not modest. Let's say that.
When he picks it out, I'm just looking at it like, it's almost like painful just seeing it leave. This thing that I worked on for so long, that I put hard sweat into, but it's for a good cause. This will be a hopefully this investment will pay off. But I let him take his clawed hands over the items.
You can. He observes you very closely, and as he picks the wares he wants, he looks at you, and the more he sees you distressed, it's like, not that one, this one. And he gets together a good amount. It would have made a good profit for you. Text them together. But I promised you something in return, didn't I? Now, have you ever wondered how the great ogre, the conqueror, came to his scars? Do you think they are natural?
I can't say. I don't know much about the man, but he.
But Slachta knows, and he will tell you. He slithers quite close to you, and he bows down with his serpentine body, and he whispers the story in your ear. When the ogre was young, and even hot-headeder than he is now, he was not always the leader he once followed. And they sailed from the Western Isles. They sailed south and they sailed north. And they took what they liked and whom they liked. And they came upon a temple once, a beautiful one, designated to the goddess of beauty. You know whom I talk of.
I nod.
One
who does not like to be insulted, I would say.
Oh, she does not. They took what was in the temple, and they burned it, and then they took the priestess again and again. What they did not know is that the goddess took great pleasure in her follower, a favorite, you could say. Well, and she was furious, and her anger thundered through the skies, mighty, terrible to behold, and she cursed the crew of the ship. And she spoke that their flesh shall rot from their limbs. Day by day, cycle after cycle, it would fall off like leaves from the trees. Have you ever wondered what happened to the crew? No one sailed with him before. No one is known before he took on the captainship to found the settlement. None are left. Why? I ask. It's the curse of Cinder. They all rot in the ground now, taken by the curse, and soon even the great ogre will fall prey to his deeds, to his blasphemy against such a proud deity. These scars he wears on his face, it is a mark. I tell you, it is a mark.
Would it cost extra to find out where this information came from?
Knowledge is power, and power has its price. But one thing you can trust, Slachta does not lie. No lies ever come out of these lips.
Yeah, I definitely, I quirk, and there's a serious eye raised at that remark. But I don't say anything. Yes. Well, I appreciate your business here at this establishment, and I know we will talk in the future.
Yes, we will. I will have men. Oh, go ahead.
But for now, you've picked up all of the items that I wish to have sold today. So I must be off to speak with others around the town.
Yes, speak. Make business. Such is our trade. I will have men pick up the wares, and I will give you names you required. Come visit me again. You know where I live, do you?
I do. It is, compared to First Port, this is quite a bit of a smaller.
Small
It's so
town.
much easier to find your way.
Still, things get lost.
There's actually a small chuckle that comes out. Yes. Things do get lost.
And with that, he gives a deep bow, and he slithers out and leaves you to your own business.
Yeah, so what I'm planning on doing then is I'm going to be picking up very, very reluctant to do this, but being new here and now having my business being more established, I pick up some of my finer, one piece of my finer, a large sort of glass container that's meant to that has a reflective sort of glass bottom to it, so that when you pour the water in, you can see your own reflection through the glass. And I also pick up one of my finer pieces of jewelry, a large ring with the emblem of a skull right on it. One that I crafted just for such an occasion, and I make my way to the Long Hall to pay my respects to the great ogre.
With that, you being on your way to pay the due respect that is to be given to the great ogre, we see Mohato traveling, making his way to the market with his wares. I'm so sorry, can't hear you. Oh, this breaks my heart. No, it worked before. What happened? Oh, there's sound. Can yeah, okay. Huh. Very well. We will proceed then, sadly without our orc. With well, seeing the great ogre is on voyage. There is, however,
I am not aware of that.
you are not aware of this indeed. Karail, or Karail, residing in the hall, I presume, by now?
At this time, I likely will be in that hall. After having checked on the construction of the temple, and perhaps acquired a few ingredients for future incantations of mystical aspect.
The construction on the temple go along as planned, though not as fast as they might.
Oops, sorry. How about now?
Oh, there we go. I could hear you.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Go on. What are you doing? But,
You find the Great Hall, though, almost slumbering. Without the Great Ogre being there, people don't seem to know what they're supposed to do. They keep the place clean, they keep the fires burning, but everything is slowed down, like frozen in time.
Okay. How many other ogres or various servitors are about this long house?
So there are only 2 ogres left. Those are who have previously been badly enough wounded that they can't make the voyage this time. They have to wait. The rest of them are about a dozen or so slaves in the place that Argun keeps around. They are the maidens, and they take care of whatever needs to be taken
What
care
are the
of.
majority of his slaves?
The majority of them are actually Ferrum at the moment.
And what are the species of these maidens you speak of?
Oh, they are human. He likes humans. Their shape pleases him.
All right.
So, anything particular you want to do in there?
No, I'm going to attempt to attend to any of his business, any piled up business that's been left. As I can read in 2 tongues, I will, take a look at any documentation or scrolls or so forth that he's had written there or left. And if I find nothing else to do, I'm actually going to pin a letter, and I'm going to have a letter sent to Baal.
All right.
To the attendants of the Temple of Opiate in Baal. It will be addressed to a human, Kylie Flamebathe, and I'm going to have that. I'm going to be carefully writing that in my best print, as I do have a grade of artist and an additional +1 bonus besides that. Species granted 2 artist rolls, so a fairly decent hand, I suppose, a bit steadier than the average. I'm preparing that letter to make introductions and information that we are building a temple here to Opiate, and sort of explaining where here is, and to speak of my great liege, and to praise him and his taking to the religion of Opiate, and to have that sent to this high temple in Opiate that I have not ever been to, but I will mention my mother, who was, of course, an acolyte at that temple. I'll mention her by name, and have that proper introduction done, and how I was, how I have come up into the religion, so introducing myself, give myself credentials, and explaining my legacy, and then to have that sent off. And I'll make 3 copies and have them sent with 3 different people over the course of a few different days, whenever I can get to a wagon that's being sent that way, and I'll make sure to properly pay them.
Oh, there's always trade going in the direction of Baal, and always traders who are willing, to take on letters and
Absolutely.
As is the custom.
And it is the custom, perhaps, to make sure they are sent by sending 3 of them, and I will make notes on them as to the numbers.
Very well.
But that'll be a task and occupation I put myself about, to see if I can get some kind of response.
You definitely will find some leftover paperwork. The Great Ogre doesn't seem to be in the business of reading or writing or caring, for that matter.
As long as it's in Moolish or Thuban, the languages I speak, I will attend to it. Otherwise,
it is, most of it is in Moolish. Lou, are you actually with us now?
Yes.
Fuck yeah!
Because you hear, Andrew, you hear like a loud, just a single knock. Just a big, heavy, just against the door.
I make you wait for a moment before dreamily striding over to the door. So you're probably out there for over a minute before the door opens. And this hall, I can only imagine, is extraordinarily tall. Still being that, I'm sure your character we probably would have well met before, finding your goods well and good for those followers of Opiate. So appraise you, sort of look at you for a moment, just to like make sure it's not just like some different orc. Um, uh,
Gesture with my hand, and I just took off sort of hemp rope backpack, or just a big sort of oak barrel. You hear the sloshing.
I speak to you in Moolish, as I certainly do not know your language.
Yep.
So do you find that? Yes. Okay. Mohato, how does the day find you?
It finds me well, and you are in House of the Great Ogre, I see.
Yes, I am attending to affairs while he is abroad on business. Wonderful business for community. And I look at one of the other ogres, like one of the ones who was wounded here. You, over here! Bring in the wine.
Wine.
Yes.
He looks excited.
We shall have it tonight with feast, and of course they know the feast has been prepared. It's like there's an ogre in the back, fucking like an ogre chef cooking up that nice frame.
Enjoy the wine, but do not drink it all in one night. Try to prolong the taste. Enjoy. Yeah.
We are pleased to have your wine here. Has this been paid for, or do you need recompense?
No, you do not need to give me anything, Carreo. This is a gift to permit me upon these lands. That is...
Please, come in. And I kind of put my hand in your back, and you start coming in whether you want to or not.
It's kind of like, like I'm waddling, like, kind of always in that squatched, like just a primitive, just, I mean, I am kind of big, but, almost an ogre size. Just gotta waddle on in there, and I look a little, like, you notice my shoulders kind of raise up as I see, I look over, even though there's not a lot of people in here, I always have that same reaction, when kind of in a closed space, and there's more than just one or two people around, just kind of...
I say, I find you're facilitating, you're growing with the sweetness of your berries and the strength of your stomps, a wonderful asset to a community. Well, I assure you, as long as I have any degree of say, you shall do well here. You are appreciated. May your fields grow even longer. And should they need to grow longer,
they will.
Yes.
They must.
But if there is interruption in the spread of your fields in proper direction, there can be interruption of that interruption. And thus, again, spreading.
We have spoken of this before, the whispers in the forest, and then I kind of quiet down, and I gesture for you to come a little closer, and then I say,
I just lower, how tall are you?
I'm almost 7 foot, and like as I sort of raise up, I'm like actually quite low.
Quite tall. So I just crane my head down so my huge ear is like near your face.
I look at him. The whispers in the forest. I am close. I hear at night. They whisper voices I do not understand, but I feel ill at ease. The crops may be in threat.
You think some strangers, perhaps the ducats that are rumored to live there?
Denizens, yes, perhaps.
Please bring word to my ear should you find your crops in danger. We wish those crops to grow strong. You are a valued asset in community.
Kind of bend back down. This is a great home. It suits you quite well, Carreo.
It's not my home, but the glorious one's home.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yes. He is
your
leader.
home is with the stone skeleton, you called it. Yes. Of the great liege.
Soon will be mighty. But all things are bound with time, such as the vex the Thraxu hath put upon us.
See me nod a little bit.
I look at you like knowing like you're down with this foolishness of time.
But I must ask of you a
Please.
question that has been on my mind for since I had seen. I kind of brush my long, sort of ape-like arm against your arm, kind of brushing against your skin. Just
I start looking more carefully, like perhaps not sure if you are male or female. Like,
it's just like it's like a slight sort of brush, like this. It is. You wear the skin of some berries that grow, but you are ogre.
Yes, my mother was ogre.
I see. This is. I hope you do not feel ill at ease with others that are not you.
There is no other me. There is only me.
That is true. That is true. But what is this you have? The paper. What is that you do?
I am writing a letter to another church to let them know the temple is being constructed here, so that other followers of Opiate may know that we may be in correspondence. A letter of introduction, and perhaps your people write letters as such to have shipped from place to place.
Oh. No. No. Not like this. Not like that. You are. This is. I see this to be good. More of your followers of the liege. More of necessity for crops. Yes. This is good for you. This is good for the land.
Yes. Yes. We value what you do, most certainly. You should not need fear as long as we have strength here in Brothers of Arms of Ogres. You should not need fear those that would put you to the flame for your magical practices.
I kind of look up at you for a moment. You can
I
see
just
that,
assume
like,
you're
yeah,
fucking
like
some kind of magician. Like, I probably know nothing about it, but that all orcs are magic users. So that's the kind of like.
Right about the time that you say, that you imply that he's a magic user, you hear another banging on the door. This one is not, certainly it's not this bang bang. It's this much, much softer banging sound.
Absolutely.
Perhaps a smaller fist.
you have someone at the door.
I nod my head. I walk over to it, kind of mumble to myself, the liege was right. Many wish to speak. And I open the door. I just look. I just completely missed you at first. I look it up here because he was like 7 foot tall. So I'm like, he's probably an ogre or at least maybe a baller orc. And I'm just like, and you see me like look around. I just stand there like, and then I go to like shut the door.
No, you hear a coughing, a loud coughing sound, like.
I look down and then sort of slightly lean over you so that my head is actually like more towards like in the space like towards the back of your head. What does your character go about 4'2"? What do you go?
4'2". Yep.
I nailed it. Okay, so I am substantially more than double your height. Just sort of try to drink that in. This mountain standing over you, looking down at 9'7" and 3/4 inches. I'll just look down at you. Oh, it's likely you would have at least seen me at some point. I'm obviously very memorable.
Yes, but the presence of how close I am to you is definitely.
Yeah.
I've never been this close, so I like. First of all, like the strain on my neck of having to look up, I kind of like back. I back up, somewhat somewhat intimidated, but also like just wanting to be comfortably able to look at you. But
you may come in and speak case. I walk in.
yeah, I bow my head respectfully and I say, "Thank you, great ogre." And
May you speak to me and name me Karel.
Karel. Yes.
You're speaking in Moolish, right?
Yes, Moolish, definitely. Although my Moolish is, to be honest with you, it's really not that good.
You know Karel means sand.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I say, I bring offerings for the, and I like the great ogre.
I nod my head. What is it you bring in offer?
I sort of like, I show him what's in my hands. I have, it's this large sort of glass bowl I hold in my hands. It has a very, unusually, the bottom glass is extremely reflective to the point where you can see your own reflection quite clearly, almost like it's a mirror within the glass. I bring offerings for the great ogre. Is he around?
He shall be gone for some long time, attending business. You shall speak with me, for I am great enough.
I definitely look. There's definitely, there's a falling of my features. Like, oh, shit. Yes, but offerings to bring here, and a ring, and I, out of my pocket, out of the long sort of tunic, I bring out a ring that is a silver ring with a circle on the actual ring, like the actual face of the ring. There is a flat surface with a gold circle around a silver skull. These gifts for the great ogre, and promises of future business transactions.
What is your business?
I sort of like look and see see that Mohato is also in the room, and
Just watching quietly.
Say, perhaps in private, not with so many ears around. But
please, Mohato, would you take refreshment in our kitchen? And I yell at one of the human girls in Moolish. Give the orc Mohato refreshment.
Yes,
but
yes, at once.
I definitely nod. I nod my head in respect to Mohato.
Just
not almost
other
like
slave. Clear the room so I may have audience in private. Look at his face. If he tries anything, hunt him down.
You see,
I say pointing at you, Andrew.
The slaves very quickly clear the room. They're afraid. The two ogres, they look at the Farum for a good 10 seconds, staring at you. Then they nod.
I nod at them, appreciative of their attention.
And then they leave.
Now, bringer of gifts. And I look at the ring. I take it there's no possible way it could even fit on my pinky, let alone Argrim's pinky. Is that correct?
No, actually, it is quite large. Probably to the point where it's a little bit too large. Because I wanted to compensate to make it large enough. It is for I sort of go into it as you sort of like look at it. I say, this was specially crafted by myself in my jewelry shop for Argrin himself.
Jewelry.
I sought to make it to pay homage to his lord.
I go over to an inkwell and start dabbing a long owl quill feather into it, and I take a piece of parchment. What is your name?
I am Lorez Talutha Nagalu.
Your name is difficult in Moolish. Is this close enough? And I hold a piece of paper over to you in Moolish.
Yes. Yes, it will do. I appreciate the effort you make.
And I write down, of course, in Moolish that you're a jeweler. I shall see that he sees your name.
There
and
is
knows that
one.
you have given, and I've written about the gifts that you've given him. And I take the gifts and I set them in a very careful place, particularly the glass one. These are fine gifts, and tribute is well appreciated.
I don't assume that you have anything in jewelry, but they are indeed very fine gifts.
No, I definitely do not.
They are certainly the best jewelry that is made here in town. There might be finer gifts that are stolen from elsewhere, but these ones.
I do have Streetwise though, so I can see that they are worth something.
Yes, certainly. But I bow my head and say, I was hoping that Argren would be here, but you are his. I'm definitely searching for the word.
I am his advisor, left to advise.
Yes.
I am erecting a temple to Opiate. Grand and strong as he, I see you follow something. Your face is shaved. You are not a blasphemer like most of your kind. That is good. I shall note that as well.
I nod my head. It is good that you recognize this. This is related to the business that I come to speak to Argren about.
You will not speak with him. He is gone. You have missed him by a day. You will speak with me.
I will speak with you instead.
You will.
I will. You are his trusted advisor.
As I have told you.
Yes. You know of the old Ferrum who rules the Ferrum community here in town. Do you not?
You speak of Aristud?
Aristud, yes, I do.
Your patriarch. I know him. I spoke with him on the moor.
I look at... Really? What about, if I may be so bold?
There was a Ferrum that beat a Frayne to death. We made discussion of restitution.
I shake my head like... beat him to death? That seems a bit extreme.
Yes, teeth were everywhere. I can only suppose that the Ferrum broke his hand in the process. From the way he peeled off the other.
Yes. But I wish to speak of this Aristud. I've had many, as you can see, I do not wear the beards that many of my kind do, including him. And we've had many heated discussions about this in the past. He sees me as a bad influence on this town. However, this is simply not the case. I wish this city to become a great, thriving metropolis, one where people are free to trade openly, for goods to be exchanged back and forth. For this is the divinity that I worship, one who is of free trade.
This is Ostay that you call your lord.
Yes, I nod my head.
I see. It is good to worship Ostay. Ostay is copper. Copper is good. Ostay is roads. Roads are good. Ostay is marketplace. Marketplace keeps belly full. Full belly is good. Ostay is good.
I sort of like nod my head like I'm avoiding the subject for the most part. Yes. Well, you see, the Ferrum here in town, the ones who follow this old blind man, they do not like this free exchange of goods. They do not like it, and they don't. They keep to themselves and don't contribute to the community like us. Like many other businessmen here in town would. My proposition is as such. I am seeking to take, shall we say, I'm seeking to become the more respected of the Ferrum here in town, the one who people look to as a symbol of protection, not just for Ferrum, but also for ogre kind, and anyone else who seeks to follow me. I seek their protection, but this Ferrum, he keeps it all to himself. He keeps the community away. He keeps them in a squalid ghetto. He does not seek to truly improve the fortunes of these Ferrum, for he does little to actually improve their status. He's not a man of true action like I am.
What do you want me to do?
I simply wish you to convey these words to the great ogre, and also to promise.
You walk over and I start writing on the piece of parchment some more.
To also promise him that if he views me and my actions with favor, that and my followers with favor, that I will ensure that a steady stream of items of value find their way to him, gold and silver and other precious items of trade as well. A small, think of it as a thank you for looking upon me and my followers with favor, rather than that old fool of a Ferrum.
How many of these followers do you possess?
We are a small following as of right now. I have only just arrived, but I am currently seeking out others to join my cause, ogres and others.
Ogres do not follow Ostay. I have never met ogres that follow Ostay.
I say perhaps not Ostay. That is not. I'm not wishing to spread my religion. I simply wish to spread my creed of open exchange of free goods between individuals and harmony in this community of ours.
These are good things.
Yes, rather than this insular keeping to ourselves. This will not benefit our community.
He has attempted to prevent you from selling your goods?
Well, yes, he spreads vicious rumors about me, about the things that I do, the trade that I conduct.
What does he say?
He says I am a thief. He says that I wish to bring down this community, that I am a rot from within, seeking to bring it down. But these are simply not true.
I nod my head. Does he have proof you are a thief?
No, he does not possess any such proof.
If you come and lie to me, I will make you my slave, and I will work you till your body breaks. But if you have not, then we shall help you.
I sort of look at him like, lie about steal. I say, lie about stealing goods? Are you saying?
I am informing you of what shall happen.
Well, stealing, I think, is such a harsh word. See, it's not stealing that I do. It is free exchange of goods, as I've said.
You trade one good for another.
Not as such. I follow closer to the ways of Nisnak Thage, the Lord.
You are a pirate.
Not a pirate as such. What is the word? Moolish is a difficult language for my tongue.
No.
I am a land pirate.
You are a pirate of their land.
Yes.
You are a bandit. Well, you do steal from people. In this
I take
area.
I take from the weak and give it to those who are strong, like yourself and your lord.
So he is right. You are a thief.
Well, again, thief is such a harsh word for it, don't you think?
No, it's the correct word. This community, to build it, if you were to go elsewhere and steal, I do not care. In fact, if you go elsewhere and take plunder and bring to me, to my temple, to my liege, and I direct around the hall, you would be rewarded and applauded. But if you take from this populace, which builds a strength and wealth, you shall cause problems, and you shall be made to work till you break.
So I'm really trying to hammer out the details here. The gears are turning in my head. I don't seem like I'm actually panicked. Like you've caught me in a lie. Like, for me, I've been caught in many lies in the past.
I just stand there with a placid look on my face, looking at you.
So what you are saying is, perhaps, if I were to find another area, perhaps not affecting any of the inhabitants here in this town, and I go take items from them and bring them to you, you would not object?
You are a black market trader. You are a member of the black market.
Yes.
You are a fence. Is that right?
From time to time, yes. But I am also an honest trader as well. I make, as you have seen, I make items of jewelry. I promise you this. This is true. I am a jeweler, a fine craftsman, and a pillar of this community. But if you do not wish, if you and your lord do not wish me to conduct my
explain exactly what you do in detail with example, and I shall judge it.
Well, there are certain peoples here that they are weak, as you have seen. They don't truly deserve the items that they possess. So I go to their places, or I send others to go to in my place to take their items, and I sell their items to those who are more powerful, who deserve it more.
I understand.
But I was not aware. If I have offended the Lord and yourself,
I glanced over the items you brought.
If I have offended you and the laws, I was not aware there were any laws of this town that forbade such actions. But if they are, I will certainly. I do not wish to anger the great Lord, the Argnog, and the government here. I will take my more shadier businesses, as you say, my black market and my land piracy, and perhaps I will conduct it amongst the Ducassets or some some people nearby. Would this be preferable to
Yes.
kind?
They have no protection. They have no protection from this hall. They are to be done with as you please. And if you wish to buy our protection to show your loyalty to this sovereign, then I gesture over your gifts. You are going about it the right way. Showing worship to Opiate. I lean in and I look at the items again and I look back at you. Is also always encouraged. For Opiate is great. And Ferrum sleep long times. And you are pious. This is good. You are honest, it would seem, to a fault. I cannot see making you break your back working for such things. But you must rein yourself in. You must be more controlled. You are... it is questionable whether you follow Osthe or a darker hand.
I definitely smile slightly at this.
I nod my head when you smile. Well, then one lie has been unwoven.
I see that.
Are you a priest?
Yes.
You have
I
the
sort of
orifice tongue.
I know that, like, in my mind, I'm like, I could be, like, in some serious trouble here if I, if I continue with the lie. But he's offered me some protection if I show him favor through goods. This could be good.
I'm pointing this way. Back yourself towards the wall, and I shall throw sand in your face. Now!
I do so.
I take sand out and I kind of toss it in my hand like that, and I look up, and I breathe in this like almost like tantric meditative breath. And I throw sand at you and I open my eyes. As the sand hits you, it glitters and shimmers with strange reds and violets and greens, and it cascades over you. Are you, in fact, in possession of any mystical energy with inside your corpse? With your baby?
You notice that I seem to emanate some of the sand as it passes by. It takes on a sort of icy, sort of whitish. It almost freezes as it passes by on one side, and on the other side, to the right-hand side, it takes on an almost silver sort of glow, a sort of whitish, sort of silvery glow. So that is what you notice. So it seems, from your experience and from your knowledges as a priest, I assume yourself, it seems to be. I seem to draw power from the dead Nif and the elder creator Tahul as well.
All right. I mean, you would likely, I don't know what your grades and so forth are, but if you have any decent amount of theology, which I suppose you do, you'd be well certain of just put a mystical ritual on you to divide such truths. Very well. I am not in favor of Cassador, but I do not profane Cassador either. Cassador, either way. Like Nick Knock's age, either way. Still, you will be careful, and you will do things correctly. You walk the small rope, and it depends on which side, when you fall, which side you fall off of. Perhaps I will catch you. Perhaps you will hit the ground, and you will be broken. Shall see. The fact that you come and offer this tribute means I am standing on one side.
I sort of put, very seriously, I look at you, I put my my arms over my chest, and I sort of, not exactly bow before you, but I say, I swear to you, in front of my God and the Elder Creator Opiate that I will be on the right side of the rope.
What you do here, if you are caught, that will be bad. I assume you will do more things here, but you will do less than you did. And you will not be caught. But what you do outside of here, when you bring gold coins or copper swords, when you bring these things, they make the community richer. It's good.
As I say, I do not wish to see harm brought upon people. This incident you speak of in the market, this is unacceptable. Certainly.
Well, yes. The other one was the thief. I'm assured that you would not like a thief to be beaten senseless and killed. That makes perfect sense.
No, indeed
Of course
not.
not.
But I appreciate your wise counsel, and
You
I
should.
will ensure that I fall on the right side of this rope you speak of. Thank you.
I look over at the items and thank you. And I look at you very seriously, and thank Opiate. Every day, we give praise.
A very,
to
very
Opiate.
small part of me, considering what could have happened, inside, like, my head is going, like, ah! Like, I almost, like, I got about this close to getting my head lopped off, or worse.
Wouldn't be lopped off, just probably pulled off.
Eaten alive, pulled off and devoured down the gullet of this large ogre. But I've made good progress here. I've gained favor amongst these people and ensured a degree of protection, which is excellent. So I bow my head. Thank you, Karel Drama. I'm sure we will see each other very often in the future.
I look at you strangely when you say my name. Dramar?
Drema? I'm sorry, I'm not. My Moolish is rough. The pronunciation of your clan name. How is it?
It's not a name of a clan.
I definitely look puzzled at this.
Well, I sort of have a strange, wistful look on my face for a moment. My full name is Karel Morgold Drimja Higvansson. Sand, the son of the Golden Dreamthorn.
Ah, yes. Well,
Yeah.
honor to the Dreamthorn.
Praise those dreams well.
And I leave, but when the minute like the door closes behind me, like I almost feel like wetting myself. Like that was bad. But at least he is. I think I'm still paranoid in my mind, but perhaps if all goes well, this is a good thing. If not, I may have to make haste out of town very quickly. We shall see. We shall see in the time to come.
Before I relinquish the scene, I have one more thing I needed to say to Mohato, and I stride back to where he is.
I'm actually working on some.
My patience, my appreciation for your patience. Perhaps you would wish to join us for dinner.
Look at you for a moment. Trying to discern what that means from an ogre.
We have food prepared. I say, like, realizing the look pretty easily. Fucking racist.
I will join you then. This I give And not to the great ogre, but to you. It is something you earn here. Just give like there's like this little small wooden bowl and ground up, just looks like sand and dust. It's kind
I
of
lean in,
blue
look at it.
and gray and black.
I do not understand. And I take it and look thankful, but
Put this into a wine, but do not take it into your body until you are ready to fall deep into your dream. This will aid you in that. It has not aided me so well.
you have problems sleeping.
The wood. I fear that it is not only the Dukusit that make noise in the night, so far away from others. This is okay. I do not mind being far from others, but there are times that I do feel fear.
We could have a place prepared for you in the city. Here, the city to come. Would you care for that?
I will have to think on this. I do not know now, but perhaps in time.
We should certainly not wish you to be taken by whatever is in that wood. But the lumberjacks clear more tree down every day. Every day. Though it shames me to say I am wholly ignorant of what you wish to consume. I do not know what you enjoy for food.
I will bring my own food. This will be okay. I prefer that.
I'm like mulling it over, like I'm not sure if I should, like he's like, should I be offended? Should I step up and try to do something? I have no fucking idea. His food's clearly going to be better. And you can see like different things weighing on me. I'm like,
I will see you. I will see you. I will be here when the moons have risen. This is the appropriate time.
This is, yes, when Aramon is newly king of the sky.
I will be here then. But for now, I do not wish to take any more of your waking hours.
Nod my head.
Kind of very slowly waddle on out, leaving that bowl, that little wooden bowl.
I go over and just kind of looking at it.
The door closes. Pull.
We leave the events in the longhouse and the great hall for now. And we remember that a certain human had a job to do. Find someone and to bring him back to his new master, and the Farum is greatly offended. It takes half an hour maybe until the servant of Cade returns with Jonathan, the lumberjack, behind him, following him back to the market. And he wears the crossbow in his hand, shoulders it quite proudly, and he returns.
Jonathan?
Yeah, sir. I've come as...
Provide...
sorry, go ahead.
I need you to provide me with a list of the stolen goods.
A list? Yeah, I can do that. Should be easy. Why? Are we gonna hunt for that thief?
No. We believe we've already found him. However, we'll need proof. What was taken from you?
I see. he thinks for a moment and then he begins to list a rather valuable carpet, the silver goblet with an emblem, ring, the earring, the jewelry of his dead wife that he kept in the box, and he gives a list, and your employee writes it all down as he speaks. Is this correct? And he holds it up to Jonathan, and he nods. He hands it over to you, sir.
Looks like George
Oh,
may have dropped out.
bugger.
Let me see if I
What
can
is-
get him on Facebook real quick.
There you go, yeah.
At any rate, I'm going to suggest that we take the evidence to the ogre. If we
The-
can,
But sir, didn't he leave this morning?
no, I mean his representative in the longhouse, the blue one,
Oh,
Karael.
yes, the blue one. Of course. Will you need me for that?
I'd like you to be present, yes, face your accuser.
Well,
Face the
of course.
accused, rather.
He nods. Oh, welcome back.
You're muted.
Sorry guys, my internet fell out.
That's
Oh.
okay. So we're talking to Jonathan at the moment. He's provided us with a list, and I'm suggesting we take it to our ogre.
Yeah, we have everything we need.
Very well. Very well. The your servant or your employee asks you, shall I attend to the booth, or are we gonna pack our things, sir?
Continue selling for the next hour or so, and then pack. I shall return by then.
He nods. Very well. Jonathan follows you behind. He looks a bit unsure, almost afraid. He's anxious. He's nervous. He almost stings from it. He clearly doesn't want to see this great blue freak. But he will abide. And you go over to the great hall, the great wooden feasting hall of the ogre. Anda, are you there? No, I think he left us. Damn it.
Son of a bitch.
Mahato's here.
You almost look like an ogre.
Close
All
to
you non-humans look the same anyway.
Just big walking things.
It's probably a big size difference, though.
Yeah. Perhaps you passed by Mahato. I mean, it often give you weird looks.
Would they
That
see
would-
on
If
their
I
way
see
back?
Mahato, then I'm
Yeah, I
asking.
think we probably would be running into.
Yeah,
That is,
There is.
I'm actually thinking about that right now, and that would fit the timetable.
Oh yeah.
Just quietly passing by. Kind of droops down a bit as he stops for a moment. Well, I stop for a moment. I look at Cade specifically.
And
I look at if there are any other humans, and then I just like nod a little bit.
I don't return the nod, but I do notice you.
But sorry, is Dallum goes with you?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. And then I turn to Dallum and goes, Dallum goes, I am glad to have come to a meeting with you now, speaking to Julian. Quite well, actually. But your practice I am in need of. When
Oh,
you have
well.
the time, I wish to speak. But I see you are with.
Yes, I have
Others.
matters to attend to with this one. But well, where can I find you when I'm done?
When the eyes, the moons rise newly. Later, I will be back here in the longhouse. You may speak with me then. Do not. Yes, that is when you may speak. If this does not work, then that is okay.
No, this should be fine. Is there
Are you guys
anything?
speaking? I'm sorry. Are you guys speaking to Liam?
Yes.
Okay, cool. No, sorry. Continue.
Anything you'll need from me at that time? I must say I'd certainly appreciate a bit of your fine wine.
Yes, many do. It is very good wine. Very good.
Ah, you are the winemaker.
I need tools. Some tools, they break. They are not strong. Some tools need repairs. It is difficult working at times with
What are these tools
broken
made of?
tools.
I can replace your tools with some nice iron.
No. You come, you look sharpen stone, maybe make some wooden hammers, chisel, stone axe, sharp head. Yes, that will do for.
Okay, this can be done. So no iron, all stone.
Yes. This is okay with you.
This is okay. I'll bring the raw materials with me when I come here tonight.
I will have to give you something else for trade. I will not have wine ready for you to pay back. But I will have berries, grapes, other fruits, vegetables. Do you eat the? No. I have remedies that may help you sleeping, and may help you with gut, may help you with breath of Igvale.
Oh, the gut and the breath I could maybe use help with, but I don't sleep much anyway. I'd rather not extend my sleep.
Cannot. See, like a little worried look go under his beady eyes. I will take no more of you and your other. And gestures towards Kate. Start
At
wobbling
this
on.
point, I'll give you the nod. I say, so that is the winemaker.
Yeah, it's great. You've had some.
I have. I acquired a bottle. I've sampled it. It's quite a good vintage.
And at right about this time, Lorez is, on his shorter legs. He was passed up by Mahato, but now he is, caught up as such, and he's walking along back, minding his own business, walking back to the shop, and he sees Cade, and he starts to nod his head. But then he sees the guy, the human, and he sort of like his eyes sort of like focus on him a little bit, but he keeps walking, hoping that he doesn't recognize him. But as luck would probably have it, he will not have such luck. But we shall see.
As you walk by, Jonathan stops And he turns his head towards you, and his eyes narrow, and he looks. And as you walk by, he follows you with his gaze, scratches his beard.
Oh,
Huh.
no.
But he says nothing.
I continue to walk, assuming he doesn't recognize me.
However, I assume the rest of us notice you.
Oh,
Oh.
certainly. Yeah, if you call out, I'll stop, but otherwise I keep walking.
Laris,
Ah, Val. How are you this fine day?
I'm
That,
doing great.
that work
How
you
is
did-
your home doing?
Oh, it's fantastic. Those stairs are so much easier to get up now that the stairway has been repaired. Thank you so much for your work.
No.
That's him!
It's happy to help.
Jonathan freezes and just points out, I recognize your voice.
Yes.
You've broken into my home. You threatened me and my child. I remember, I could never forget that voice. There was him.
Laris, I think we have some business. Let's go back to the long hall and talk this over with Corral.
Sure. I'm sure things can get all straightened out. There's an explanation for everything.
Straighten out, you...
So then, do you admit that you stole this man's belongings?
This isn't the greatest place to speak of such things. The Long Hall is a good place to speak.
You robbed me blind.
And I turn to Jonathan and I say, you will be silent for the rest of the proceedings.
But sir...
And I just kind of stare him down for a moment. Yes, Laris, I believe we have business to attend to. Come with us, back to the Longhouse.
Oh, it'll be good to see that Carrail again. He's a fine sort. Have you met him yet?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we had a nice long discussion. He's a very fine fellow, very understanding of people and their businesses here.
Is he?
Yes, indeed.
I'm sure you've heard of the events of this morning. He's not tolerant of
you're
all
referring-
business.
Are you referring to there was some incident with a Farum and a Freyim? Terrible, killing someone. Truly wretched. Not that I'm saying that I necessarily enjoy the presence of Freyim, but killing, that's a bit harsh, I would say.
I'm inclined to agree, especially for a simple matter of a trade going wrong. But in either case, it seems clear that Corral is interested in keeping the peace.
Yes, and he's done a fine job. Very fine job. Fair man.
Well, let us hope so.
And I I just smile now. I'm like, yeah, he is. He understands.
I'd like to hear it from him. I'd like to come to this understanding that you have.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, thank you so much for these fine clothing. I hear that you are the one responsible for these fine accoutrements that I wear. They are fine work. I've enjoyed
There's no
the
need for thanks. That is what the money was for.
Indeed. Just, the chattering of one businessman to another, of course.
I don't believe that we are on equal terms in terms of business, so to speak.
I'm inclined to disagree with you. My shop
I'm
in
sure
town
you
is
are.
a very fine shop. Are you insulting my craft?
Not
The
your
two of you
craft.
can measure cocks when we're done with this business with Jonathan.
I sort of glare at him like, you're getting foul. He insulted my craft. What if
And you have
someone
been
were
accused of a quite serious crime.
And one would hope that your craft would speak for itself.
I've been accused of something? By
Don't
who?
play ignorant. Come. Let us speak this out with the ogre.
Yes, indeed.
You arrive at the great hall yet again for one of you. Jonathan looks to Cade, looks to Thalagos, looks to Laris with poison in his eyes, and is the first. Oh, actually, he waits for someone else to knock.
I'll do it. I'll just give like 3 sharp raps on the door.
It takes a moment, and the great wings of the doors opened, and you see, lo and behold, an ogre standing there, looking down. Haven't you just left? Looking at the Ferrum.
Yes, I do apologize, but they were very insistent. And I sort of like, I'm looking over at, all of these gentlemen who have accompanied me. There is a matter we wish to discuss with Kare, the presiding ogre here.
More supplicants! He shouts into the hall.
I slowly come from the back, and I begin to appraise them, kind of glancing. How long has it been since Laris has left the hall?
Like 3 minutes.
All right, so I kind of like, oh, all right, and I walk in. Please, why don't you all come in?
This Ferrum, Laris, stands accused of a quite serious crime. Breaking, entering, threats of credible force, and thievery.
I see. Just for my clarity of scene, Matt, you have another human with you. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then George, are you also there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do any of you seem to have any apparent weapons about yourselves?
I have my broadsword on my belt as usual.
Okay.
I just have my tools, my hammers.
And another human, frail-looking man actually has a crossbow shouldered.
Yeah, and
Oh,
for me, I have a hanger strapped to my right side, and on my left side, I have a workman's hammer.
So I walk over. I suppose there's a long. As it is a long hall, it must have a long table, as is the custom of long halls.
In fact, it has many.
I walk over to one. All of you, put your weapons on this table, even daggers. I have a feeling something is about to get out of hand. All your weapons down. And if subsequently you pull a weapon after this command has been given, you shall be in forfeit of your life.
I do as he says.
I'll give a call in Ogre. All warriors, come forward. So I call all the injured warriors and so forth to come forward, and I say it in a phrasing to say, get up here because some shit might break loose.
I remove my belt and place my sword on the table, and from my boot I draw a dagger and just carefully place it next to my sword.
I seem not to be looking at you at all in this situation, Cade. Is my attention seems focused more on the Ferrum and this. You just brought a crossbow in here, particularly.
After seeing Cade getting rid of his weapon, placing it on the long table, so does Jonathan. Quite quickly, puts the crossbow down. That doesn't have a bolt in it, by the way. Puts it on the table, and you hear the steps of ogres. You see one to your right from the inner sort of balcony that is on what would be a second level in a hall, looking down. Another one coming out of the shadows, and they just stand like statues in the background, always watching, ever present.
I look down at your hangar, Laris.
Yeah, there's definitely a moment of there's a pivotal point that happens in my mind at this point. At this point, I have to either completely, maybe not completely, but I have to put a great deal of trust in this ogre, or I have to risk being enslaved, likely, or worse, far worse. So slowly, ever so slowly, the hanger and the hammer come off and clunk down to the table. Another pause, a short pause. I reach down, pulling a dagger out of my right boot, and then a little bit of a longer pause, and a knife appears very quickly out of my pretty much it's just in my hand. Like it wasn't in my hand and now it is in my hand, and I put it down on the table. So 2 daggers, and that is all I seem to pull out. Whether there is more or not is unclear.
I look to Thalagos, and I kind of glance at your hammer.
And yeah, you have no resistance from me at all as I pick up the hammers and lay them down on the table.
I have made my decree. I do not care if any of the rest of you have weapons on you. However, if you pull them and attack, you will be killed. This is clear.
We're here to parley, not to engage in violence.
I am simply stating the crimes you have accused him of often lead to violence, so all of you know where you are. So, I will allow Cade to speak first. We shall hear what you have to say.
This man, Jonathan, is in my employ. Last night, he was robbed, threatened before his very children, and stripped of his valuables, left penniless. Pennies that he earned himself. He has recognized his accuser. Excuse me, he has recognized the one he is accusing. And we have a list of the valuables stolen. It is quite possible, if we enter the domain of this firm, we will recover the stolen property.
Very well. Now to you, Laris. Have you stolen his items that you have been accused of?
There is a pause. Again, there's this moment of truth where, I put this trust, I must continue with this trust. Have I stolen his items? Yes, I have. Which is actually like to the absolute shocking surprise of probably everyone but the ogre in the room.
My eyebrow is raised.
However, if I could interject
Please, if you are being so honest, we will all gladly hear your words.
However, this was done before I had met with you, and I did not quite. I had misunderstood some of the laws and the government that we have here in this fine town. That thievery and such should not be conducted. Can be conducted here in this town, but in other areas, and I would gladly, because of this misunderstanding, I can understand that I am sure I've caused much distress to this poor human. So out of the generosity of my own heart, I see his plight, and he has moved me. I feel that I should perhaps recompense for what I have done, for this law that I was not aware that I had broken, but I have, even in ignorance. So I can see a donation making its way to your fine temple, to the great ogre Argnog, and of course some recompense, some pay as well to this poor wretched human here.
Well, Cade, you are speaking as honored elder for humans. He has admitted this, and he is offering recompense. What is your position now?
We accept. And I look just a glance to Jonathan to keep his mouth shut.
You see him opening his mouth to protest, and as you
I'm just
stare at him,
daggers. Yeah, daggers from the eyes.
Then my question.
And I just whisper to him in Pelganese, patience.
I say, then my question shall be, do you desire my accompaniment to his establishment so that you may make correct recompense?
Yes, that would be much appreciated.
Very well, and I point at two of the ogres, just like, boom, boom, you're walking with me. Come now, and leave all items of weaponry here, and then you're all free to come back and acquire your goods once we arrive. If there is chicanery, I look at Lares. This is your place. I authorize everyone in this party to brutally murder you, or to cut you down so you may be properly enslaved, or to be put in the stocks for public pleasuring.
I look offended, like somewhat offended and wounded, and I say, "Oh, I promise nothing shall happen to them. But what if something shall befall me? I have in my own place.
Do you think these two humans in this Farum will stop them? Their weapons have been taken. Hopefully everything shall go fine. Albeit willing. Come now. I have them kind of separated. I have Luris sort of away on one side. No, I mean he's a fair. What the fuck's he gonna run off? You know. And then I have the other three on the other side with me and two ogres in the middle, so we can kind of get to anyone with a problem. And we're gonna walk. Have Lyris almost leading the way, so that we might go to his home or place of business or wherever he takes us.
As you make your way, you catch a lot of eyes and a lot of attention parading through the town, and just shortly after you leave the hall, one of the ogres, one of the wounded ones, with some bandages around his torso, tips Laris on the shoulder, but kind of leans down to him as they walk. You should have lied. It was stupid.
I sort of like I smile at him and I say, "But I have. Come to me later. I know a way you can make a lot of money and not be breaking the law."
You are funny. Walk faster. Shakes his head.
Clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. We're about to make a lot of money and have protection. But regardless.
You arrive at your home. Everything is in order. You have the keys.
Oh yeah. I opened the door. I showed.
Should I take it that the property has already been fenced, as it were?
Well, actually, it hasn't. If I remember, I'm out of character. If I remember correctly, it hasn't actually been like they haven't actually picked up the goods yet.
No, they're still neatly packed in a corner of your home, just waiting to be picked up.
Mm-hmm. No, they are here. I had promised them to another, but of course, if I suppose if you'd like them back, I suppose we can do that this one time. So yeah, I showed them over to the boxes, open them up, the items.
Jonathan is all over that. He looks at me. He counts them. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. That seems to be all.
So I'm looking at Cade, just watching him, see how he reacts.
And I do apologize again for this really bad misunderstanding. I assure you it will not happen again. Businesses here in town and outside the town really shouldn't, under this new agreement, will not be affected by any such further actions. I do greatly apologize.
He looks at you and shakes his head like, misunderstanding?
And I'm going to kind of interject and say, and I'm to be assured that there will be no further misunderstandings with this human or any others.
Well, it's sort of when you say like any others, I'm like, well, certainly not here in town, of course not, and not your fine establishment either, Kate. I do, I really do mean it when I say that I greatly enjoy your the fine textiles that you provide.
And I'm gonna look to Jonathan and say, "Is everything in order?"
Yeah, everything's here. He counts it.
Then I tell him and I say, "Then gather your belongings and honor your contract with me."
And you see in Jonathan's face this moment when he realizes what a Faustian deal he has made, and that it was all for nothing.
I kind of glance back and forth at both of them, having about to ask Cade another question into if he needed to be compensated, but it seems he clearly has been.
Of course, yeah. He picks up the rock and sort of uses it as a sack to put out everything in it, shoulders it, and slowly walks out, wondering if he had made the right choice.
And before he does leave, I grab his attention. Jonathan, you were unhappy that a Ferrum had stolen from you, but remember that it was also a Ferrum who helped you.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
He looks at you. He opens his mouth, and before he can say anything, Laris interrupts. He looks up to him, and he nods. Yeah, Ferrum did. And he leaves.
And when he leaves, I'm gonna look to Laris and say, "Have you traveled the face of Kvegathale?"
Some. Sorry, yeah, I give you. I'm giving you a respectful look. Like the fact that you kind of inadvertently just conned this man has gained some respect in my eyes. I say yes. I traveled from Firstport. It's not a good place for Farum, but I've made a life here. I don't wish to see it end so soon.
So
I
you've
don't
been to the
wish
southern
this-
continent.
Hmm?
So you've been to the southern continent then? Or am I
Yes.
thinking Newport? Out of game is Firstport on the edge of the Desert of Ash, or is that Newport?
No, that's
No, that's Newport, I think.
Okay. Then I retract my statement. That's a mistake on my part, not my character. So have you traveled to the southern continent of Quantique?
No. The only places I've been are here and Firstport. I've spent and a very brief amount of time in trade.
Then I suppose that you have never encountered the Chimbawi.
Name doesn't sound familiar.
They're a vile species. Disgusting, violent. Prey upon the weak and sometimes are even carrion eaters. But do you know what their defining characteristic is? Cowardice. When faced with a predator, they know that they've met their match, and they run. They're an interesting species to observe.
Well, clearly, if you are looking, as you say, if you are looking for a predator, I'm always willing to offer my services to any people who are any of these ducasit that may be out your way that need handling. I've been given some permission to work amongst them. But if you have any in particular you are looking to have handled, don't feel free to give me a call. I'm always available.
I doubt I will be in need of your services.
Oh,
I would
don't.
prefer that you stay within the walls of this town, or at least away from my mill.
Oh, don't be like that. I enjoy your services. I didn't want any harm of you, and I certainly wouldn't rob from you.
Of course.
You have that. You have
and
that.
I say, of course not. The carrion eater never defies the predator.
As you say. I think Cassador would appreciate that.
And I am going to turn to the ogre and say, I believe the terms have been satisfied.
Very well, then. Each of you may return with me to the hall, reclaim your property you have left upon the table, and from there, make good use of your day, and may it be beneficial, and may your dreams be sweet ones.
And when I
Go ahead.
walk, I kind of walk. You do kind of fascinate me in an interesting way. It's funny you say these things about vultures. Was it not the humans when they came into Bale and we sought to throw you out? You were the ones who took advantage of our weakness, if I seem to remember correctly. It seems to be the way of Pelgan to take advantage of those who are weaker. Would you not say?
No, I wouldn't. I believe you're getting your history wrong. My people, my father, petitioned for citizenship, and your people exiled them. After having made bargains and deals struck with us, we owned nothing.
I sort of shake
But
my
we
head.
came to own much of that city. And when your jealous eyes turned upon our property, you tried to force us out. Maybe not you particularly. I don't know how old your species is, how old you are.
Not the
But
Nagalu.
failed. It was not preying upon your weakness. It was taking what was ours to begin with.
That I have a good guffaw about that one. Ha 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 ha! Yours to begin with.
Your
Isn't he so
city was
funny, pal?
rotting and crumbling, and now it is great and towers to the heavens. That has been our doing, not yours. Where are your people?
Our people are where you put us.
We did not exile you from Vale. And I've had enough of
You
this
did worse. You
foolishness.
put us into slavery.
Yeah, you hold us down and you spit on us in that city.
That is exactly
I
the
see
kind
you
of
treat your
morality
own
I would
kind
hear
just
from
like
a slave. Rationalizing your own failures.
You are
At least-
correct. I agree, Cade. We did fail. But we will not continue to fail in the future. We were weak once. We will be strong again.
We shall see.
Watching all of you very carefully, hoping to not have some sort of sectarian violence on my hand while my master is gone.
Not wanting to disturb you, but sadly, we're gonna have to wrap things up.
All right.
Because
Okay,
the sun is claiming the sky as the engine.
Right. Okay. So, Cade will essentially say that he's done with this foolishness and go and get his weapons and get on his Octolang and go back to his mill
Very well.
with Jonathan in tow.
I will pay passing respect to each of the people, perhaps a bit more to Cade than the others. As they leave, I will make sure that these additional offerings are to be procured from Laris, and I will attempt to between all of them sort of simmer their tempers down a bit. As again, as an ogre, I know much about violence, and I don't want to do a poor job here.
I'm gonna say that from everything that has happened in this session, I'm gonna say that my opulence has gone down by 1.
Very, 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 very good initiative. Thank you for saying that.
Sucker.
Yep, definitely.
I will mark that down. Please mark that down as well.
And before we all do disperse, I would temporarily try to plead with Laris and explain. Yours is not the way. I understand that we're trying, both of us are trying, to bring the farms back to greatness.
Quick question: did you do this in my hall in front of me, or this is out in the street somewhere?
I think it would be best if we do this next session, if that's
Yeah.
okay.
That's fair.
Because this could be a long discussion. I would love to have that
I would love for you to have that discussion and
theological
the feast,
discussions.
the feast in the hall between a wise orc and a wise ogre, maybe in a separate.
Okay. Yeah. We'll take care of that whenever we do reach the long haul and get our weapons back.
That I'm bringing my offering. Like, I'm actually going to bring the recompense and the payment during that time, during the feast. So that's what we'll do.
All of you claim back your possessions in the hall, and you go about your separate ways or connected ways, however you want to look at it. And what will happen? A few days pass, not many, 2 only, and word reaches all of you, no matter where you hide, no matter where you are in the surroundings of Agranach, that the great ogre will return and has returned. Oh, and the sea was gracious, and Opiate looked down upon them with favor. They have brought many slaves, and many plunder with them, and he will host a great feast. And all of you are expected to come and pay homage to the Great One, the Great Raider, Conqueror, and Settler. And with that, does anyone want to offer a soliloquy?
No most deaf.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Take it away.
Andrew, go ahead.
Okay. An interesting case. Humans in Farum. I feel the tension boiling through the day and simmering hot at night. This could be most bad. I do not wish to displease my liege, in such desterant emporial matters. Still, I need that doddering imbecile to back the plans I have for Opiate. A good pawn he is. Wretched creature, dangling things over my head like string to a foul Cheyenne street-moving feline. But I will praise him, I will push him up, I will make him king, and I will stand behind his throne, and I will pull his strings. The temple to Opiate shall be grandest in the world, and I have sent to Kylie, I have sent to Zane, I have sent to those who my mother told me the names of, in our small shackled temple, pathetic. But here there shall be new glory. There shall be networks of thieves and merchants. There shall be orcish wine. There shall be many things, and I shall have my hand in all that I can, for my hand is big, and my lust is great. I dream, and I dream big. My dreams shall come to fruition. Ephemeral is strong as stone, and visions that apply no boundary of law of time. I shall have this city, and it shall be in Opiate's name, divine and strong. Yes. And they shall all pray that their dreams are sweet. I'm gonna pass it.
Awesome. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. So, as we see Mahato, just passing by, Thalangos and the other, of which he does not quite understand what they are. He has seen them. We go into his mind in a montage as he makes that long trek back to his homestead, the place where he is safe. Yes, that thing made of clay I hear upon my travels. The wind carries such words. These forms of flesh, so many have I seen upon the Grey Lands, and now here, like the seeds of the great oak, I have been sent far. As he reaches the wine fields, the vineyards, making his way to his orcish home, we see him walk in, and it's already becoming dark. You see his hands, his long ape-like arms stretching out as he brushes over a cloth. He pulls up a piece of wood floorboard. He reaches down to the ground starts taking out some stone tablets. Written on them in his native language. In montage, we see him lighting candles, whispering into each candle he lights, and then speaking meditatively, repeating the names Da Aracha, Liama Molia, Hodali, Nirang, Lodald, Tirin, Rufion, Yatsab, Rifinathis, Yermor, Linak. I wish that I had understood your blessing. I wish to understand why Nahuatl sends me so far. Perhaps in time, Nthraxu will speak and show that those whispers in the woods are nothing to be feared. Find it there?
Next one, once more into the fray.
I can take. After we go back to the long hall to retrieve our weapons, I want to talk to Lares, but think better of it for now. Continue my way over to my simple home with all of its masonry tools and blacksmith paraphernalia. And I go into my mind. There must be a way that me and Laris can work together in order to rise the Ferrum up to a place of respect once again. Luckily, he's already agreed to not steal from anybody within the town. And with any luck, that'll be enough to please the Elder. If anything, it's really that human that I have to worry about. He treated that other man like the humans treated the Ferrum all those hundreds of cycles ago. Like humans still treat Ferrum today. He's a ruthless man of an already ruthless species. I don't know how to deal with that. There's just so much ugliness in that. Best not to think on such horrible things, and to focus on the beauty of the world, the beauty that this town will become by my hands, inspired by beauty herself, Algalma. I'll pass the buck.
I'll go next. I was a fool! How could I let that happen? The elders of my clan always told me I was so young and so rash. So brash in the way I'd done things. They were right. All along, I tried to prove them wrong. I thought I was clever for stealing that money away from that foul cousin of mine. But not clever enough. I have come here a fool still, brashly thinking that I own this place, when clearly I do not. People much stronger than me still own this. This great ogre. He clearly is the boss here. I was a fool to have thought otherwise. But These others, they have these other lives, these other ways they live. It is strange. But this is my way now. This was the way of my father, and the way of my uncles, and the way of all of my cousins. I cannot give it up so easily. This is what I know. This is the life I know, and I shall live it to its fullest. I shall take down these weak ones in the forest, these Dicusits, and perhaps some travelers. I've heard rumors of bandits out on that southern road. Perhaps I can work with them. Perhaps a deal can be struck. Or maybe I will find my own way. But regardless, doing what I did was clearly a bad decision. It seemed so simple. It was there for the taking. It was within my grasp, and I let it fall. I lost it to this human. No, not that weakling with the crossbow trying to desperately defend his family. No, not him. The other one, Cade. Something about him. He is a clever one. More clever than me, it seems. At least for now. But as one would respect another member of his craft, I respect this Cade in some sort of strange way. The way he was able to con that unsuspecting human. I smiled at that. It was some amount of joy to the desperate loss that I've lost all this money, all this silver, all this gold gone, slipping between my fingers. What have I done? What have I done? But all hope is not lost. I will make my way out of the city. I will conduct business still here. But always with this stain upon me. People will know who I am. But this ogre, this largest ogre I've ever seen, this Kal Ral, if that is how it is pronounced. The tongue is so strange. This one, he knows his way well. He shall be perhaps a boss for me for now. Not the boss of bosses, but a boss. Until he won't see it coming. But one day, when I have gained the power, when I have gained the prestige, when I have gained the money, when I have a gang around me, a powerful gang, we'll come back. We'll come back into this city, and we'll show them who the real bosses are. We will be the Iron Bloods, the ones, the true rulers of this world. The Farum will rule one day again, and I will be one. I will be there to see it.
As Cade makes his way back to the mill, down the east road, riding his Optalang across the rough pathway, the numbers keep passing through his head, the figures, what it will take to even this road, which will speed production and delivery of the product. How much longer until this mill is finally profitable? How much longer do I have before word gets back to the consortium? So many eyes in the crowd, and Laris have known it must be him. He must be the eyes of the bank. Why else would he take a trip to the mill that day I saw him? And Cade goes into his office and continues to go over the figures with nothing but a single candle lit, the dim light that he is much more accustomed to. And he reaches into his desk drawer and pulls out a small, crude figurine, an image of Pelgan that he constructed as a child, the first thing he made with his own hands. Tosses it back into the drawer and closes it. Pelgan, he says in Jantan. What has Pelgan done to me? My life has been a living prayer to that bastard. And this is how he has rewarded me. Sticking my hands back into the dirt with this Farum filth. These bastards all around me kicked me into the mud when I was a child. And once again they are trying to prey upon my kind. But no more. This settlement will succeed. It must succeed. The cost will be too great. And he leaves his office and goes into a unassuming corner out of the way in the middle. And he puts his hand against the stone wall. And the stone clicks inward. And the wall moves inward on a hinge. Every night since he's been here, he's stared down into the darkness, down these stairs. But tonight, there is light. A torch, something flickering down below in the depths. He puts his hand to his head. What is this bargain I have made? What is this evil that I have brought here? Can it be worth it to humiliate them, those who took everything from me? One last time, can I raise a city from nothing and make fools of them all? He stares down into the darkness and takes his hand off of the stone, and the door closes. And he walks into his apartment and blows out the candle.
Thank you very much, all of you, for playing for such a great session for the first chapter in Through Reason or by Force. We've learned much, but there's yet so much more to come. And if you want, you have the last word. A shout out to the great within the Ring of Fire.
And thank you to you, our wonderful storyteller, George. I really appreciate all your effort and attention, and this is exactly the sort of saga that you can run in within the Ring of Fire, right out of Chapter 1, city building, getting into the politics, getting into the people that live there, their lives, their strangeness, how they attempt to vie for control, how they attempt to puppet, how they get puppeted, how they live their lives and operate, and how they grow and expand with positions of strength. And definitely a masterfully flame-tended within the Ring of Fire session, and I certainly look forward to episode number 2. Thank you for everyone out there that was watching. And make sure you go get your Within the Ring of Fire, because that's what we're bringing to fantasy games, deep, immersive role-playing, set with a style that blends role-playing and hooks cinematic, descriptive elements onto all parts of the game. If you've never played RPGs before, this is the one for you. If you've never really played RPGs before, this is the one for you. And if there's any other one out there, this is the one for you, baby. Within the Ring of Fire, go to drivethrurpg.com, get your physical books. The 5th book will be out soon. 4 books are out right now in physical copies. And that 5th book, the Book of True Names, you can hit me up, Anderwood. Just send me a friend request on Facebook, and you can get a copy of that PDF for only $15. Or you can get every copy of every PDF that will ever be released for Within the Ring of Fire for only $75. That gets you everything that will ever be released on PDF. I got 5 of them right now. Already a huge bargain, and you'll get all the other stuff. And I'm writing Here Be Dragons right now. So that's going to be one that you guys are certainly going to enjoy as well, I do believe. And thanking everyone that played. I had a hell of a time. I hope all you guys watching enjoyed. And we'll see you very soon with more Within the Ring of Fire. And we hope to see you within the flames of more Google.